What if I told you that on a seemingly peaceful summer night in 1912, an entire family, 6 innocent souls sleeping soundly in their beds, were systematically butchered by a phantom killer who moved through their home like death incarnate? What if I revealed that this wasn't just murder, but a ritualistic slaughter so savage, so methodical, that it would haunt investigators for over a century? What if I whispered to you that the killer didn't just take lives? He obliterated them, turning a family home into a crimson cathedral of carnage where every room became a shrine to unspeakable violence. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of one of America's most horrifying unsolved mysteries. Tonight, we walk through the blood-soaked halls of 508 East 2nd Street in Villisca, Iowa, where evil itself took residence for one hellish evening. Tonight, you'll discover why some doors, once opened, should never be closed again. This is the story of the Villisca Axe murders, a tale of terror that will chill your blood and haunt your dreams. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you use these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for a very scary, very tragic one. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, please take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. The scorching Iowa sun blazed mercilessly over Villisca on that fateful Sunday, June 9, 1912. A day that would forever be remembered as the last time innocents walked the earth in this quiet farming community. The temperature soared to a suffocating 93 degrees, causing the very air to shimmer with an oppressive heat that seemed to press down on the town like a malevolent force. Children's laughter echoed through dusty streets as families gathered for what they believed would be just another peaceful Sabbath, completely unaware that evil itself was already stalking among them, calculating, planning, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash unprecedented horror. Josiah Burton Moore stood as a pillar of respectability in this close-knit community of barely 2,000 souls. At 43 years old, this successful businessman had built his life around the fundamental values that defined small-town America: hard work, family devotion, and unwavering moral integrity. His weathered hands, calloused from years of honest labor, had constructed not just a thriving agricultural equipment business, but a legacy of trust that extended throughout Montgomery County. Neighbors spoke of him with genuine reverence, a man whose handshake was his bond, whose word was worth its weight in gold, whose character was as solid as the Iowa soil beneath his feet. Sarah Montgomery Moore, his beloved wife of 16 years, embodied everything virtuous and pure about American motherhood. At 39, she possessed the kind of gentle beauty that comes from a life lived in service to others, her soft brown eyes radiating warmth and compassion, her hands perpetually flour-dusted from baking bread for neighbors in need. She moved through their modest home with the graceful efficiency of a woman who found deep satisfaction in creating a sanctuary for her family. Her voice, melodious and soothing, could calm even the most troubled soul, whether she was reading bedtime stories to her children or offering comfort to a grieving friend. Their children represented the very essence of youthful promise and untainted joy. Herman Montgomery Moore, at 11 years old, was a boy bursting with curiosity about the world around him. His freckled face constantly wore an expression of wonder, his pockets perpetually filled with treasures he discovered during his adventures. Smooth stones from the creek, interesting leaves, perhaps a lucky penny. He possessed that infectious enthusiasm that only children know, approaching each new day as if it held infinite possibilities for discovery and excitement. Catherine Ina Moore, just 10 years old, was her mother's faithful shadow and helper. Her golden hair, always neatly braided, caught sunlight like spun silk as she skipped through the house, her small hands eager to assist with household chores. She found particular joy in tending to her mother's garden, her tiny fingers gentle with the delicate petals of the roses she helped nurture. Her laughter had the pure, crystalline quality that could brighten even the gloomiest day. Boy Josiah Moore, at 7 years old, was the family's little comedian, a boy whose mischievous grin could melt the sternest heart. His boundless energy kept the household in a constant state of gentle chaos, as he raced through rooms, climbed trees, and peppered adults with an endless stream of questions about how the world worked. Despite his youth, he displayed an unusual tenderness towards smaller creatures, often rescuing injured birds or befriending stray cats with patient persistence. 4-year-old Paul Vernon Moore was the baby of the family, though he bristled at the designation with all the indignation his small frame could muster. His chubby cheeks and wide, trusting eyes made him irresistible to anyone who encountered him. He worshipped his older siblings with complete devotion, following them around like a determined duckling, his small voice piping up with attempts to join their conversations and games. The Moore family had extended their warm hospitality to 2 special guests that weekend. Lena Gertrude Stillinger, 12 years old, was Catherine's dearest friend, a girl whose presence in their home was as natural as breathing. Her visits were frequent and welcomed, as she had become almost like a 5th child to Josiah and Sarah. With her intelligent dark eyes and serious demeanor, Lena possessed a maturity beyond her years, often serving as a bridge between Catherine and the younger boys when their play became too rambunctious. 8-year-old Ina May Stillinger, Lena's younger sister, was a whirlwind of giggles and boundless energy. Her infectious enthusiasm and quick wit made her an instant favorite with all the Moore children. She had begged to accompany her sister on this particular visit, her excitement at spending the night away from home practically glowing on her animated face. As the oppressive heat of that Sunday afternoon began to wane, the Moore family and their guests prepared for what had become a cherished weekly tradition, attending the evening service at the Presbyterian Church. The modest white building, with its simple wooden cross and clear glass windows, served as the spiritual heart of their community. Sarah carefully braided the girls' hair, ensuring each strand was perfectly in place, while Josiah helped the boys with their collar buttons and suspenders. The family walked together through the dusty streets of Villisca as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows between the houses. Their footsteps created a gentle rhythm on the wooden sidewalks, joining the similar sounds of other families making their way to evening worship. The air was filled with the pleasant sounds of a community at peace, dogs barking in the distance, the soft murmur of conversation from front porches, the melodic chirping of birds settling in for the night. Inside the church, the Moore family settled into their customary pew, the children fidgeting slightly in their Sunday best as Reverend delivered his sermon. The warm air inside the building carried the mingled scents of wood polish, flowers from the altar, and the faint perfume worn by the ladies in attendance. Josiah's bass voice joined with Sarah's soprano in the familiar hymns, their harmonies blending with those of neighbors and friends they had known for years. The evening service concluded with the traditional benediction, and families began to disperse into the gathering twilight. The Moore family lingered briefly on the church steps, exchanging pleasantries with other congregants, the children growing increasingly restless as they anticipated returning home. Lena and Ina May chattered excitedly about the slumber party that awaited them, their voices carrying clearly in the still evening air. As they made their way home along South 2nd Street, the family passed houses where oil lamps were beginning to flicker to life in windows, creating warm, golden rectangles of light that pushed back against the approaching darkness. The familiar sights and sounds of their neighborhood, the creaking of porch swings, the distant sound of a piano, a mother's voice calling children inside for the night, created a symphony of domestic tranquility that seemed to promise nothing but peaceful dreams ahead. The Moore house stood welcoming in the gathering dusk, its white clapboard siding still radiating the day's heat, its windows glowing warmly with the light from within. Sarah busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a light supper for the family and their young guests. The sound of her humming drifted through the house, mixing with the children's laughter and the gentle murmur of conversation between Josiah and a neighbor who had stopped by to discuss business matters. As the evening progressed, Sarah supervised the children's bedtime preparations with her usual patient efficiency. The girls giggled together as they braided each other's hair and changed into their nightgowns, their excitement at the sleepover evident in every whispered conversation. The boys, growing drowsy from the day's heat and activities, submitted more readily than usual to their mother's ministrations, face washing, teeth brushing, and the nightly ritual of prayers at their bedsides. One by one, the children settled into their beds. Herman was tucked into his room on the second floor, his window open in hopes of catching any breeze that might provide relief from the stifling heat. Catherine and Lena curled up together in Catherine's bed, their whispered conversations gradually growing softer as sleep began to claim them. Little Boyd settled into his small bed, clutching a worn stuffed animal that had been his companion for years. Paul, still fighting sleep despite his obvious exhaustion, finally succumbed to his mother's gentle lullabies. Ina May Stillinger was given a makeshift bed in the downstairs parlor, her small form dwarfed by the adult-sized furniture. Sarah had fussed over her, ensuring she had enough pillows and that the windows were positioned to catch any cooling breeze. The little girl's eyes sparkled with the adventure of sleeping in an unfamiliar place, though she admitted to missing her own mother's goodnight kiss. Josiah made his final rounds of the house, checking locks and windows, ensuring that his family was secure for the night. The ritual was one he performed religiously, his protective instincts as a father and husband driving him to personally verify that all was well. He paused at each child's bedside, listening to their gentle breathing, perhaps offering a silent prayer of gratitude for the blessings that filled his life. Sarah completed her own evening routine, tidying the kitchen and preparing for the next day's meals. Her movements were economical and practiced, the result of years of managing a busy household. She took special care to set out breakfast items for their young guests, wanting to ensure they would feel welcomed and cared for when they awakened. As the clock approached midnight, Josiah and Sarah finally retired to their own bedroom, exhausted but content after another full day of family life. They spoke in whispered tones about mundane matters, the children's activities, upcoming social events, minor repairs needed around the house. These were the comfortable, intimate conversations of a couple who had built their lives together brick by brick, creating something beautiful and enduring. The house gradually settled into the deep quiet of midnight, its occupants surrendering to well-deserved sleep. Outside, the streets of Villisca lay empty and peaceful under a canopy of stars. A gentle breeze had finally begun to stir, offering the first hint of relief from the day's oppressive heat. Night-blooming flowers released their fragrance into the cooling air, and the distant sound of a train whistle provided a familiar lullaby for the sleeping town. In houses throughout the community, families lay dreaming of tomorrow's possibilities, farmers thinking of their crops, mothers planning their children's activities, children lost in the fantastic adventures that populate young imaginations. The rhythm of a peaceful community at rest created an almost musical harmony that seemed to embrace and protect all who dwelled within its boundaries. But while innocence slumbered and trust reigned supreme, something darker than the night itself was stirring in the shadows. Somewhere in the darkness, eyes filled with unfathomable malice watched and waited. Hands that would soon be stained with innocent blood flexed around the handle of an axe, rehearsing movements that would transform a sanctuary into a slaughterhouse. The beast that masqueraded as human had already chosen its victims, had already planned its approach, had already crossed the line from thought to irrevocable action. The Moore family, their young guests, and indeed the entire town of Villisca rested in blissful ignorance of the nightmare that was about to unfold. They slept peacefully, trusting in the fundamental goodness of humanity, believing in the safety of their homes and community. They had no way of knowing that evil had already marked them, that their final sunset had painted the sky, that their last normal day had drawn to a close. As the clock struck midnight on June 10, 1912, the last moments of innocence ticked away into history. The stage was set, the victims were chosen, and the weapon was ready. What would transpire in the coming hours would shatter not just 8 precious lives, but the very soul of a community that would never again know the same sense of security and trust. The nightmare was about to begin. As the people of Villisca lay wrapped in dreams and peaceful slumber, a figure of unimaginable darkness moved through their midst like a cancer spreading through healthy tissue. The killer, for that is what this creature had already become in its twisted heart, walked among them with the practiced deception of a predator who had perfected the art of appearing human while harboring the soul of a demon. This was no random act of violence, no crime of passion born from momentary rage or desperation. This was the methodical work of a calculating monster who had transformed murder into an art form, who found in the destruction of innocence a satisfaction that normal minds could never comprehend. The evidence would later reveal the horrifying truth. This butcher had done this before. The Velisca murders were not the beginning of his reign of terror, but rather the crescendo in a symphony of slaughter that had been building for years across the Midwest. Like a malevolent phantom, he had drifted from town to town, leaving behind a trail of shattered families and communities frozen in terror. Each murder had been a rehearsal for the masterpiece of horror he would unleash upon the Moore household. In Colorado Springs, the news had broken just weeks earlier of another family found brutally murdered in their beds, their skulls crushed by an axe-wielding maniac who had vanished into the night like smoke. In Kansas, entire households had been discovered in pools of their own blood, their faces unrecognizable from the savage blows that had ended their lives. In Nebraska, children had been found butchered alongside their parents, their small bodies testament to a killer who recognized no boundaries of age or innocence. But the monster's methods revealed an intelligence far more terrifying than random violence. This was a predator who studied his prey with the patience of a spider, learning their routines, identifying their vulnerabilities, planning each murder with the precision of a military campaign. He selected families that fit his twisted criteria, respectable, well-liked members of their communities whose deaths would inflict maximum psychological damage on the survivors. He chose homes that offered easy entry and exit, neighborhoods where his movements could go unnoticed in the darkness. The killer possessed an almost supernatural ability to blend into any community, to present himself as just another face in the crowd, while secretly cataloging potential victims and escape routes. His physical appearance, average height, unremarkable features, clothing that suggested respectability, allowed him to move freely through society without arousing suspicion. Shopkeepers served him politely, children waved to him on the street, and housewives nodded pleasantly when they encountered him on their daily errands, none of them recognizing that they were in the presence of pure, undiluted evil. His psychological profile, as it would later be analyzed by the primitive criminal science of the era, revealed a mind operating on a level of depravity that challenged human understanding. This was not simply a man who killed. This was a being who had discovered in the act of murder a kind of ecstasy that drove him to seek increasingly elaborate methods of inflicting terror. The positioning of bodies, the deliberate staging of crime scenes, the careful covering of mirrors and windows, these details spoke of someone who found artistic expression in the orchestration of death. The weapon of choice was never random. The axe represented more than mere convenience. It was an extension of his personality, a tool that allowed him to express the full fury of his twisted desires. The crushing blow of an axe delivered a kind of destruction that no other weapon could match, the complete obliteration of features, the reduction of human beings to unrecognizable masses of flesh and bone. It satisfied something deep within his diseased psyche, some fundamental need to not merely kill but to utterly destroy the very humanity of his victims. His knowledge of the communities he terrorized was encyclopedic and chilling. He knew which families attended evening church services, leaving their homes empty and vulnerable to reconnaissance. He understood the patterns of small-town life, when men would be away on business, when children would be asleep, when the natural sounds of a community settling down for the night would mask his movements. He had studied the architecture of Midwestern homes, learning where bedrooms were typically located, how windows could be manipulated for silent entry, which floorboards were most likely to creak under a killer's weight. The psychological warfare he waged extended far beyond the actual murders. The covering of mirrors in each crime scene served multiple purposes. It prevented his own reflection from being captured, true, but more importantly, it created an atmosphere of ritual and ceremony that transformed simple murder into something far more sinister. The closing of curtains and the positioning of bodies suggested someone who wanted to control every aspect of the death tableau, to ensure that the discovery of his handiwork would inflict maximum trauma on whoever found the carnage. Evidence suggests he often lingered at his crime scenes, possibly for hours after completing his butchery. He would move through the houses of his victims like a ghost, examining their possessions, reading their letters, perhaps even consuming food from their kitchens. This behavior revealed a killer who found pleasure not just in the act of murder, but in the complete violation of his victims' lives and privacy. He transformed their homes from sanctuaries into mausoleums, from places of love and safety into monuments to his own twisted power. The selection of the Moore family as his next victims demonstrated the culmination of his planning and observation. Josiah Moore's prominence in the community guaranteed that the murders would receive widespread attention, spreading fear throughout the region like a plague. The presence of the Stillinger girls as overnight guests provided bonus victims, an unexpected opportunity to increase the body count that the killer likely viewed as a gift from his dark gods. His surveillance of the family would have been methodical and patient. He observed their Sunday routine, noting when they left for church and when they returned. He studied the layout of their house, identifying the best point of entry and plotting his path through the rooms where his victims lay sleeping. He likely tested the windows and doors during his reconnaissance, ensuring that his actual approach would be swift and silent. The psychological preparation for mass murder required a level of mental conditioning that normal minds could not achieve. This killer had trained himself to view human beings as nothing more than objects to be destroyed, to suppress any vestige of empathy or conscience that might have interfered with his work. He had practiced the mechanical aspects of his craft: how to swing an axe for maximum effectiveness, how to move silently through unfamiliar spaces, how to maintain his composure while surrounded by the carnage he had created. His choice to strike during the hottest part of the summer was not coincidental. The oppressive heat would drive families to open windows and doors, providing multiple entry points and ensuring that his victims would be sleeping deeply, making them easier targets. The heat would also accelerate decomposition, creating additional horror for whoever discovered the bodies while potentially destroying forensic evidence that might lead to his identification. The killer's ability to vanish completely after each massacre demonstrated a level of planning that spoke to years of experience. He had established escape routes, safe houses, and new identities that allowed him to disappear like smoke when the heat of investigation grew too intense. His knowledge of train schedules, back roads, and remote hiding places suggested someone who had made murder his full-time profession, approaching it with the same dedication that other men brought to legitimate careers. The psychological profile that emerged from studying his crime scenes revealed a mind that operated according to its own twisted logic. He was highly intelligent, possibly well-educated, certainly articulate enough to blend into respectable society when necessary. He possessed an understanding of human nature that allowed him to manipulate situations to his advantage, whether that meant gaining entry to homes under false pretenses or deflecting suspicion when questioned by authorities. His sexual pathology was deeply disturbed, though he rarely engaged in overt sexual violence against his victims. Instead, he appeared to derive his gratification from the act of domination itself, the ultimate expression of power over helpless victims. The complete destruction of entire families satisfied some fundamental need for control that normal human relationships could never fulfill. As midnight approached on June 10, 1912, this human monster was making his final preparations for what would become his masterpiece of horror. Somewhere in the darkness surrounding the Moore house, he was checking his weapon, reviewing his plan, perhaps even offering prayers to whatever dark forces he believed guided his hand. His heart rate was likely elevated, not from fear or nervousness, but from the anticipation of the feast of violence that lay ahead. The beast was ready to feed, and 8 innocent souls lay helpless before its approaching hunger. The stage was set for a massacre that would shock the nation and haunt the survivors for the rest of their lives. In the suffocating heat of that Iowa night, evil had found its perfect hunting ground, and nothing would ever be the same again. The oppressive darkness that shrouded Villisca in the early minutes of June 10, 1912, seemed to pulse with malevolent energy as the killer made his final approach toward the Moore house. The temperature, which had barely dropped despite the late hour, created a suffocating atmosphere that muffled sound and made breathing laborious. Street lamps flickered weakly against the consuming blackness, their feeble light creating more shadows than illumination, providing perfect cover for the demon who now stalked his prey with the patience of a seasoned predator. The killer moved with supernatural stealth through the residential streets, his footsteps silent on the wooden sidewalks, his breathing controlled and measured despite the excitement that surely coursed through his twisted soul. He had studied this neighborhood for weeks, memorizing every fence post, every tree branch, every potential obstacle that might impede his approach or escape. Now, all that preparation was about to pay dividends in the most horrific way imaginable. As he approached 508 East 2nd Street, the killer's eyes fixed upon the white-clapboard house that would soon become his temple of destruction. The building sat peacefully among its neighbors, its windows open to catch any hint of cooling breeze, completely unaware that death was stalking ever closer. Inside those walls, 8 innocent human beings lay sleeping, their dreams filled with the simple pleasures and aspirations that define normal life, completely oblivious to the nightmare that was about to engulf them. The killer's reconnaissance had revealed that the house's kitchen door was secured only by a simple hook latch, easily manipulated from the outside with a thin blade or wire. He approached from the rear of the property, using the barn and outbuildings to mask his movements, his dark clothing rendering him virtually invisible in the moonless night. Every step was calculated, every movement deliberate, as he crossed the threshold from thought to irreversible action. At approximately 12:05 a.m., the monster reached the back door and began his violation of the Moore family's sanctuary. The metallic scraping of his makeshift tool against the latch seemed thunderously loud in the still night air, but the sound was masked by the gentle creaking of wood expanding and contracting in the heat, the distant chirping of crickets, and the soft sighing of wind through the trees. With a barely audible click, the latch gave way, and the door swung open to reveal the darkened interior of what would soon become a charnel house. The killer stepped across the threshold and into the kitchen, his eyes already adjusted to the darkness, his movements guided by the detailed mental map he had constructed during his surveillance. The familiar sounds of a sleeping household greeted him, the gentle ticking of clocks, the settling of wooden beams, the barely perceptible whisper of breath from sleeping lungs. These sounds, which should have represented the peaceful contentment of family life, instead served as a roadmap to guide him toward his victims. He paused in the kitchen, allowing his senses to catalog the layout and ensure that his entry had gone undetected. The room still carried the faint aroma of the evening meal, roast beef and fresh bread, the comforting sense of a home where love and nurturing were daily practices. On the counter, Sarah Moore's carefully prepared breakfast items waited for morning, a poignant reminder of the future that would never arrive for this doomed family. From somewhere upstairs came the soft murmur of sleep talk, probably one of the children lost in dreams that would tragically prove more peaceful than the reality about to unfold. The killer's lips may have curved in a smile of anticipation as he realized how perfectly his timing had worked. The entire household was deep in slumber, defenseless and unaware, exactly as he had planned. Moving with the fluid grace of a natural predator, he made his way through the downstairs rooms, his eyes drinking in the details of this normal American home. Family photographs smiled down from the walls, images of birthdays and holidays, of children growing and parents aging, of a lifetime of shared memories that would soon be brutally severed. These pictures would later serve as heartbreaking reminders of what had been lost, but in this moment, they were simply witnesses to approaching doom. In the parlor, he discovered his first victim, 8-year-old Ina Mae Stillinger, sleeping peacefully on the makeshift bed her hosts had prepared with such care. The little girl lay on her side, one small hand tucked under her cheek, her breathing shallow and regular, her face bearing the innocent serenity that only children can achieve in sleep. She was dreaming, perhaps of the fun she was having during her sleepover, completely unaware that a monster stood watching her from the darkness. The killer studied his victim with the cold calculation of a butcher examining livestock. She was small, defenseless, completely at his mercy, the perfect target to begin his night's work. He retrieved his weapon from where he had concealed it, the weight of the axe familiar and comforting in his hands, its blade sharp enough to cleave through bone and flesh with surgical precision. What happened next defied every principle of human decency and compassion. The killer raised his weapon high above the sleeping child, the metal gleaming dully in the faint light that filtered through the curtained windows. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he savored the absolute power he held over this innocent life, the godlike authority to decide between existence and obliteration. Then the axe fell. The first blow struck Ina May's head with the sound of a melon being dropped on concrete. A wet, sickening crack that seemed to echo through the house like thunder. The little girl's body convulsed once, an involuntary spasm as her nervous system registered the catastrophic damage. But she never woke, never cried out, never had the chance to understand what was happening to her. Her dreams simply ended. But the killer wasn't finished with his first victim. The disease that consumed his mind demanded complete destruction, utter obliteration of the humanity before him. Again and again, the axe rose and fell, each blow more savage than the last, reducing the child's head to an unrecognizable mass of bone fragments and brain matter. Blood sprayed across the parlor walls in arterial patterns that would later tell their own horrific story to investigators, but in this moment served only as decoration for the monster's twisted artistry. When he was finally satisfied with his work on Ina May, the killer paused to survey the carnage he had created. The little girl who had giggled and played just hours before was now nothing more than a broken doll, her small body rendered lifeless by his overwhelming need to destroy. Her blood soaked into the floorboards, creating stains that would never be fully cleaned away, marking this place forever as a site of unthinkable evil. The destruction of innocence had begun, and the beast was just getting started. Moving with renewed purpose, the killer ascended the stairs toward the bedrooms where the rest of his victims lay sleeping. Each step was carefully placed to avoid creaking, his movements ghost-like as he navigated the narrow hallway that led to the family's private quarters. The air grew thicker with each step upward, as if the house itself was beginning to suffocate under the weight of the evil that now moved through its rooms. He found Josiah and Sarah Moore in their bedroom, lying side by side in the marital bed they had shared for 16 years. Even in sleep, their bodies had gravitated toward each other, Josiah's arm protectively draped over his wife's shoulder, her hand resting gently on his chest. They looked peaceful, content, secure in the love they had built together, completely unaware that death was studying them from the doorway. The killer's approach to the adult victims revealed the calculated nature of his madness. Josiah posed the greatest potential threat, a grown man who might fight back if awakened, who might cry out and alert neighbors, who might somehow interfere with the completion of the night's work. Therefore, he had to die first, quickly and silently, before he could mount any defense of his family. The axe rose again, its blade catching what little light penetrated the room's darkness. Josiah Moore, successful businessman, devoted husband, loving father, pillar of his community, never knew what hit him. The first blow crushed his skull like an eggshell, ending his life instantly and silencing forever the voice that had spoken words of love and encouragement to countless friends and family members. But even death couldn't protect Josiah from the killer's fury. The axe continued its savage work, striking again and again until the man's head was reduced to a shapeless ruin of flesh and bone. Blood splattered across the headboard and walls, creating a grotesque mural that transformed the couple's intimate sanctuary into a scene from humanity's darkest nightmares. Sarah Moore awakened to the sound of her husband's murder, her eyes opening to find herself sharing her bed with a corpse and facing a maniac whose axe was already raised for her destruction. In those final, terrible moments of her life, she may have seen her children's faces, may have tried to scream a warning that never had time to form, may have reached desperately for a God who seemed to have abandoned her family to this unspeakable fate. The killer's blade found her skull with the same devastating efficiency it had shown with her husband. Sarah's last breath escaped in a barely audible sigh, her dreams of watching her children grow and prosper dying with her in a spray of blood and brain matter. The woman who had dedicated her life to nurturing others was silenced forever, her gentle voice stilled, her loving hands made motionless. Yet even in death, Sarah couldn't escape the monster's rage. He continued to hack at her lifeless form, as if trying to erase not just her life but her very existence, to remove from the world every trace of the love and kindness she had represented. Her blood joined with her husband's, soaking into the mattress and floorboards, creating a crimson pool that reflected the minimal light like a mirror to hell. With the adults eliminated, the killer turned his attention to the children's rooms. where 4 young lives continued their innocent slumber, unaware that their parents now lay butchered just down the hall. The sound of the murders, the wet impacts of axe on skull, the creaking of floorboards under the killer's weight, the soft sounds of destruction, had been insufficient to wake them from their deep, trusting sleep. Herman Moore, the eldest boy at 11 years old, lay in his small bed with the gangly awkwardness of a child caught between boyhood and adolescence. His room was decorated with the treasures that define a young person's world: books about adventure and exploration, collections of rocks and insects, drawings he had made of the trains that passed through town. These artifacts of a normal childhood looked down helplessly as death entered their sanctuary. The killer approached Herman's bedside with the same methodical precision he had shown with the adult victims. The boy stirred slightly in his sleep, perhaps sensing some disturbance on a subconscious level, but never fully awakened. His young life ended in the same brutal fashion as his parents'. His skull crushed by the axe before he could understand what was happening to him. The child who had dreamed of growing up to become an engineer or explorer would never see another sunrise, never laugh with his friends again, never experience the joys and sorrows that should have filled his future years. The killer's savage work continued until Herman's head was rendered unrecognizable, the boy's features obliterated by blow after blow from the blood-soaked weapon. The walls of his room became spattered with evidence of the violence, creating a horrific contrast to the innocent decorations that had previously made this space a haven for young dreams and aspirations. In the next room, 10-year-old Catherine Moore lay sleeping beside her friend Lena Stillinger, the 2 girls having whispered and giggled together until sleep finally claimed them. They looked angelic in their repose, their hair spread across their pillows like golden halos, their faces peaceful and unmarked by any knowledge of the horror that was systematically destroying their world. The killer stood over the bed where these 2 innocent children lay dreaming, his weapon ready to continue its work of destruction. Catherine, who had helped her mother with household chores and tended the garden with such gentle care, would never see another flower bloom. Lena, who had been looking forward to starting a new grade in school come September, would never again raise her hand to answer a teacher's question. The axe fell twice in rapid succession, ending both young lives before either girl could wake from their peaceful slumber. Their blood mingled on the shared pillow, 2 friends united in death as they had been in life, their dreams cut short by a madman's inexplicable need to destroy everything pure and innocent in his path. But the killer's work wasn't finished. 7-year-old Boyd Moore still slept in his small bed, clutching the stuffed animal that had comforted him through countless nights. The little boy who had been his family's comedian, whose laughter had brightened even the dreariest days, lay helpless before the approaching storm of violence. His murder was accomplished with the same brutal efficiency that had claimed his siblings, his small head crushed beneath the killer's weapon, his future erased in an instant of unthinkable savagery. Finally, the killer reached 4-year-old Paul Vernon Moore, the baby of the family who had protested so vigorously against that designation. The little boy lay in his crib-like bed, thumb in his mouth, completely trusting in the safety of his home and the protection of his parents, who now lay dead just rooms away. Even this innocent child couldn't escape the monster's insatiable hunger for destruction. The axe rose one final time, its blade heavy with the blood of an entire family. Paul's murder was perhaps the most heartbreaking of all. A child so young he couldn't possibly understand the concept of evil, let alone defend himself against it. His small life was snuffed out with the same brutal efficiency that had claimed the rest of his family. His tiny skull no match for the killer's weapon. With 8 lives now extinguished, the house fell silent except for the steady drip of blood from various surfaces and the killer's own labored breathing. He stood amid the carnage he had created, surrounded by the bodies of people who had welcomed Sunday evening with joy and anticipation, who had said their prayers and kissed their children goodnight, who had believed in the fundamental safety of their world. But the killer's work wasn't entirely finished. In a bizarre ritual that would baffle investigators for decades, he began moving through the house, systematically covering every mirror and reflective surface with clothing, towels, or any available fabric. This macabre ceremony transformed the death house into something even more sinister, a place where reality itself seemed distorted, where the normal rules of existence no longer applied. He covered the windows with bed sheets and blankets, ensuring that no outside light could penetrate the darkness he had created. The house became a tomb, sealed off from the world of the living, existing now only as a monument to his twisted artistry. In some rooms, he repositioned the bodies, arranging them according to some internal logic that defied rational understanding. The killer moved through the house like a ghost, examining his handiwork with the satisfied air of an artist reviewing a completed masterpiece. He may have lingered for hours in that blood-soaked environment, savoring the totality of the destruction he had wrought, feeding on the absolute silence that had replaced the gentle sounds of family life. When he finally departed, sometime before dawn, he left behind a scene so horrific that it would haunt everyone who encountered it for the rest of their lives. The Moore house, which had awakened that Sunday morning as a symbol of American family values and community spirit, had been transformed into a charnel house that challenged everything decent people believed about human nature. The killer vanished into the pre-dawn darkness as silently as he had arrived, leaving no fingerprints, no witnesses, no clear trail for investigators to follow. He dissolved back into the anonymity of American society, carrying with him the satisfaction of having orchestrated one of the most shocking crimes in the nation's history. As the first hints of sunrise began to paint the eastern horizon, the town of Villisca continued to sleep peacefully, unaware that 8 of their neighbors lay butchered in their beds, that a monster had walked among them and left devastation in his wake, that their community's innocence had been shattered forever by an act of unthinkable evil. The discovery of the massacre would come soon enough, bringing with it screams of horror that would echo far beyond the borders of Iowa. But for now, in these final moments before the nightmare became public knowledge, the killer's secret was safe. 8 lives had been extinguished, 8 futures erased, 8 voices silenced forever by a madman whose motives would remain forever shrouded in the darkness from which he had emerged. The night hell came to Villisca was drawing to a close, but its impact would reverberate through American consciousness for generations to come. The sun rose on June 10, 1912, with the same golden brilliance that had graced Villisca for countless mornings before, its rays painting the quiet streets in warm hues that should have promised another day of small-town tranquility and familiar routines. But this dawn was different. It illuminated a community forever changed, though the full horror of what had transpired in the darkness was still hidden behind the white clapboard walls of the Moore house, waiting like a malevolent secret to explode into the consciousness of an unsuspecting world. The morning began with deceptive normalcy. Birds sang their usual chorus from the elm trees that lined the residential streets, their melodies unchanged by the nightmare that had unfolded just hours before. Farmers hitched their horses to wagons and headed out to tend their crops. Shopkeepers prepared to open their establishments, and housewives began their daily routines of cooking breakfast and organizing their households. The rhythm of small-town life continued its steady beat, completely unaware that 8 of their neighbors would never again participate in the familiar dance of community existence. Mary Peckman, the Moore family's next-door neighbor, was among the first to sense that something was amiss. As a woman who had lived next to the Moore household for several years, she had grown accustomed to the family's morning routines, the sound of children's voices carrying through the thin walls, the aroma of Sarah's coffee brewing in the kitchen, the gentle bustle of a large family beginning another day. But on this morning, an unnatural silence emanated from the house that had always been filled with the sounds of life and activity. By 7:30 in the morning, Mary's concern had grown into genuine worry. The Moore house remained shuttered and silent, its windows covered by bed sheets that blocked out the morning sunlight, creating an ominous darkness that seemed to swallow the building whole. No smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, no voices called out morning greetings, no children emerged to play in the yard. The absence of normal family sounds created an oppressive atmosphere that made Mary's skin crawl with inexplicable dread. Her anxiety intensified when she noticed that the family's livestock were clearly distressed, their usual feeding having been missed entirely. The cow's mournful lowing and the chicken's agitated clucking created a discordant symphony that spoke of neglect and abandonment, something completely foreign to Josiah Moore's meticulous care of his animals. This practical man, who had never missed a day of tending to his responsibilities, would never have left his creatures to suffer without explanation. Unable to contain her growing alarm, Mary Peckman made the decision that would transform her from a concerned neighbor into the unwilling herald of unthinkable horror. She approached the Moore house with hesitant steps, her heart pounding with a premonition she couldn't quite articulate but desperately hoped was unfounded. The covered windows seemed to stare at her like blind eyes, and the unnatural silence that surrounded the building felt almost solid in its oppressiveness. She knocked on the front door with increasing urgency, calling out the names of family members she had known and cared about for years. "Sarah, Josiah, is everything all right in there?" Her voice echoed strangely in the morning air, as if the house itself was absorbing and muffling her words. When no response came, she tried the kitchen door, the same entrance the killer had used just hours before to begin his night of butchery. The door was unlocked, swinging open at her touch to reveal the darkened interior of what had once been a warm and welcoming family kitchen. Mary called out again, her voice now tinged with genuine fear as she peered into the unnatural darkness created by the covered windows. The air inside the house felt thick and oppressive, carrying strange odors that her conscious mind couldn't identify, but that triggered primitive alarm bells in her nervous system. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Mary Peckman became the first living person to witness the aftermath of the Villisca massacre. The scene that greeted her challenged every assumption she had ever held about the nature of reality, about the safety of her community, about the fundamental goodness of human existence. What she saw in that parlor would haunt her dreams for the rest of her life and transform her from a gentle housewife into a traumatized witness to humanity's capacity for unimaginable evil. Ina May Stillinger's small body lay where the killer had left it, her head reduced to an unrecognizable mass of blood, bone fragments, and brain matter. The little girl who had been giggling with excitement about her sleepover just hours before was now nothing more than a broken doll, her innocence destroyed by a madman's axe. Blood had soaked into the floorboards and splattered across the walls in patterns that spoke of prolonged and savage violence. The scream that erupted from Mary Peckman's throat was primal and involuntary, a sound torn from the depths of her soul as her mind struggled to process what her eyes were reporting. She stumbled backward, her legs suddenly weak, her vision tunneling as shock threatened to overwhelm her consciousness. The breakfast she had eaten just an hour before rose in her throat as her body rebelled against the horror she had witnessed. But even in her terror and revulsion, Mary Peckman retained enough presence of mind to understand that she had stumbled upon a crime scene that demanded immediate attention from authorities. Fighting against her instinct to flee and never look back, she forced herself to retreat from the house and run toward help, her mind already beginning to fragment under the weight of what she had discovered. Her hysterical cries for help echoed through the peaceful morning air like air raid sirens, shattering the tranquility of the neighborhood and alerting other residents that something catastrophic had occurred. "Murder! Oh God, murder!" she screamed as she ran, her voice carrying clearly in the still air, reaching the ears of neighbors who emerged from their homes to see what had caused such distress. Ed Selly, the Moore family's other next-door neighbor, was among the first to respond to Mary's screams. A practical man not given to panic, he initially assumed that perhaps someone had been injured in an accident or had suffered a medical emergency. Nothing in his experience had prepared him to consider that an entire family might have been systematically butchered while he slept peacefully just yards away. When Mary's hysterical account began to penetrate his consciousness, Ed felt his own world begin to tilt on its axis. The words she was speaking, massacre, blood, children murdered, seemed to belong to some nightmare realm that had no connection to his quiet Iowa neighborhood. But the terror in her eyes and the trembling of her entire body convinced him that whatever she had seen was real and horrible beyond imagination. Other neighbors began to gather as news of Mary's discovery spread through the community like wildfire. Ross Moore, Josiah's brother, arrived at the scene with the kind of urgent concern that only family members can understand. When he heard the initial reports, his first instinct was to reject them entirely. Surely there had been some mistake, some misunderstanding that would be cleared up once level heads examined the situation. But when Ross Moore entered the house that had been his brother's pride and joy, he encountered a scene so devastating that it would destroy his faith in human decency forever. The brother he had known and loved since childhood, the man who had been a pillar of strength and integrity in their community, lay butchered in his own bed, his head crushed beyond recognition by the killer's savage blows. The discovery of each additional victim compounded the horror exponentially. Sarah Moore, the gentle woman who had welcomed so many people into her home with warmth and kindness, had been reduced to a corpse that challenged the observer's ability to believe in the existence of mercy or justice in the world. The children, innocent babies who had never harmed anyone, who had trusted in the protection of their parents and the safety of their community, lay destroyed by a violence so extreme it seemed to mock every principle upon which civilized society was based. By 8 o'clock that morning, the news of the massacre had spread throughout Villisca like a plague, reaching into every home and business, shattering the morning routine of an entire community. People abandoned their breakfast tables and left their shops unattended as they gathered in the streets to share information, to seek comfort in numbers, to try to make sense of something that defied rational explanation. The local authorities, such as they were in a town of barely 2,000 people, found themselves facing a crime scene that exceeded anything in their experience or training. Marshal Hank Horton, a man more accustomed to dealing with public drunkenness and minor disputes than multiple homicides, stood in the Moore house feeling completely overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had occurred on his watch. The condition of the crime scene spoke to the killer's psychological state during his rampage. Every mirror in the house had been covered with clothing or cloth, creating an atmosphere that seemed to exist outside normal reality. The covered windows blocked out the natural light, transforming the interior into a cave-like environment where death ruled supreme. In some rooms, the killer had moved objects or rearranged furniture according to some twisted logic that investigators would never fully understand. The weapon used in the murders was found in the house, a blood-covered axe that belonged to Josiah Moore himself. The killer had used the family's own tool to destroy them, adding an extra layer of violation to his crime. The axe handle was clean of fingerprints, suggesting that the murderer had either worn gloves or had carefully wiped away any evidence of his identity. Dr. J. Clark Cooper, the local physician who served as the county coroner, arrived at the scene to begin the grim task of examining the victims and determining the official cause of death. What he found challenged not only his medical expertise but his fundamental beliefs about human nature. Each victim had suffered multiple crushing blows to the head, delivered with such force that skulls were reduced to fragments and facial features were rendered completely unrecognizable. The doctor's preliminary examination revealed the systematic nature of the killer's work. The murders had been carried out with methodical precision, each victim killed while they slept, none given the opportunity to defend themselves or cry out for help. The positioning of the bodies and the patterns of blood spatter told a story of prolonged violence that went far beyond what was necessary to cause death. This was destruction for its own sake, an expression of rage and hatred that normal minds could not comprehend. As word of the massacre spread beyond Villisca's borders, the small Iowa town found itself thrust into the national spotlight in the most horrific way possible. Telegraph lines hummed with reports of the killings, and within hours, newspaper reporters from across the Midwest were boarding trains bound for this previously unknown farming community. The Villisca axe murders had become a sensation that would captivate and horrify the American public for decades to come. The investigation that followed would prove to be a masterclass in the limitations of early 20th century criminal science. Despite the best efforts of local authorities, state investigators, and private detectives, the killer's identity would remain a mystery that has persisted for over a century. The crime scene, contaminated by curious townspeople before it could be properly secured, yielded few useful clues. The killer had vanished as completely as if he had never existed, leaving behind only the devastation that marked his presence. Hundreds of suspects would be investigated over the years: traveling salesmen, disgruntled business associates, mentally unstable individuals, even a minister whose Sunday evening sermon had been attended by the Moore family hours before their deaths. But none of these leads would produce the concrete evidence necessary to identify the monster who had destroyed 8 innocent lives in a single night of unthinkable violence. The psychological impact of the murders on the community of Villisca was profound and lasting. Families that had never locked their doors began installing multiple deadbolts and security measures. Parents who had allowed their children to play freely in the neighborhood started keeping them close at all times. The easy trust and neighborly openness that had defined small-town life in America was replaced by suspicion and fear that would never completely fade. The Moore house itself became a monument to the crime, standing empty for years because no one was willing to live in a place where such horror had occurred. The bloodstains on the walls and floors proved impossible to completely remove, serving as permanent reminders of the violence that had transformed this family home into a house of horrors. Local children dared each other to approach the building after dark, creating ghost stories and legends that added supernatural elements to an already terrifying reality. The ripple effects of the Villisca axe murders extended far beyond the borders of Iowa, contributing to a national conversation about violence, security, and the vulnerability of American families. The case became a symbol of the random, inexplicable evil that could strike anywhere, at any time, destroying lives and communities without warning or apparent motive. Religious leaders struggled to provide explanations that could reconcile their beliefs in divine justice with the reality of 8 innocent people, including 4 children, being brutally murdered while they slept. Some preached about the mysterious nature of God's plan, while others questioned how such evil could exist in a world created by a loving deity. The murders challenged fundamental assumptions about morality, justice, and the nature of human existence. The investigation consumed enormous resources and attracted attention from law enforcement agencies across the nation. Detective after detective visited Villisca, each convinced that they would be the one to solve the case that had stumped everyone before them. Private investigators, bounty hunters, and amateur sleuths descended on the small town like vultures, each pursuing their own theories and suspects, but none achieving the breakthrough that would bring the killer to justice. As months turned to years and the case remained unsolved, the Villisca axe murders took on an almost mythical quality in American folklore. The story was retold in newspapers, magazines, and eventually books and documentaries, each retelling adding new layers of speculation and theory, while the core mystery remained as impenetrable as ever. The killer, if he still lived, had achieved a kind of immortality through his crime. His identity unknown, but his work remembered and studied by generations of investigators, criminologists, and true crime enthusiasts. He had succeeded in creating a legacy of terror that far exceeded the few hours he spent in the Moore house, demonstrating the lasting power of extreme violence to scar the collective consciousness of a nation. In the decades that followed, the Villisca axe murders would inspire countless investigations, theories, and attempts at resolution. Authors would write books proposing solutions, documentary filmmakers would explore every angle, and armchair detectives would develop elaborate theories about the killer's identity and motives. But the truth remained elusive, hidden somewhere in the darkness from which the murderer had emerged, and to which he had returned after completing his night's work of destruction. The 8 victims, Josiah and Sarah Moore, Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul Vernon Moore, and Lena and Ina Mae Stillinger, became more than just statistics in a crime report. They became symbols of innocence destroyed, of the vulnerability that exists at the heart of every family, of the thin line that separates the normal world from the realm of unthinkable horror. Their deaths served as a reminder that evil can strike anywhere, at any time, transforming the most peaceful sanctuary into a scene of unspeakable violence. As the sun set on June 10, 1912, it illuminated a community forever changed by its encounter with pure evil. The town of Villisca would never again enjoy the innocent confidence it had possessed when that same sun had risen that morning. The killer had succeeded in destroying not only 8 precious lives, but the fundamental sense of security that had defined this American community. The nightmare had ended, but its effects would echo through the generations, serving as a permanent reminder of the darkness that can exist within the human heart and the devastating consequences when that darkness is allowed to run free. The Villisca axe murders had become part of American history, a chapter written in blood that would never be forgotten and never be fully understood. The beast had fed and vanished, leaving behind only questions, grief, and the haunting knowledge that somewhere in the world, a monster walked free, carrying with him the secret of what had driven him to commit one of the most horrific crimes in the nation's history. Justice had been denied, but the memory of his victims would live on, 8 lights that had been extinguished too soon by a darkness that defied comprehension and continues to challenge our understanding of human nature even today. Story 2. The Murder of Acacia James, Antigua and Barbuda. What if I told you that a quiet paradise, known for its sun-kissed beaches and vibrant culture, had become the hunting ground of a vicious killer? What if, beneath the serene beauty of Antigua and Barbuda, a shadow lurked, relentless, preying on the innocent? The Caribbean, a place where turquoise waters lap against white sandy beaches, is far from the serene oasis it presents to the world. Beneath its gleaming surface lies a dark truth, one that only the locals truly understand. It was in Antigua, a seemingly idyllic island, where the story of Acacia James unfolded. A story that would haunt the very soul of the community for years to come. It wasn't just the brutality of the crimes, but the coldness, the calculated way in which the killer operated, that left the residents of this peaceful place trembling in fear. In the summer of 2017, the first whispers of the horror began to circulate. Acacia James, a promising young woman, was reported missing after she failed to return from a routine trip to the store. Her family, panicked but still hopeful, made calls to the police, asking if anyone had seen her. But days passed, then weeks, and hope slowly morphed into a chilling realization. Acacia had vanished without a trace. The island of Antigua, a place where people prided themselves on knowing each other's business, had never seen anything like this. Local authorities, initially dismissing the case as a possible runaway, were caught off guard by the growing tension that seemed to grip the island like a vice. As the search for Acacia stretched on, her name became synonymous with the growing unease that had begun to spread through the streets of St. John's. What no one realized then, not even the authorities, was that the true horror had already begun. The missing person case was not an isolated incident. It was part of something far more sinister, a pattern that would soon become undeniable. The killer's modus operandi, MO, was chillingly precise. The victims were chosen carefully, each disappearance fitting a specific profile, each one leaving behind only the faintest trace of evidence. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the body count rose. The killer's reach stretched beyond Acacia, casting a dark pall over the island. The people of Antigua and Barbuda, once lulled into a false sense of security by their island paradise, were now gripped by an unseen fear. They had learned, too late, that the killer was among them, watching, waiting, and striking without warning. It wasn't until the discovery of a second body, then a third, that the police realized they were hunting a monster, one whose insatiable thirst for death could not be quenched. Each victim's body was left to rot in the dark corners of the island, hidden away like a forgotten secret. The brutality of the murders left the detectives horrified, unable to comprehend the evil that had taken root in their paradise. The first victim after Acacia was a woman named Leanne Thomas. She was walking home from her job at a local cafe when she disappeared into thin air, just as Acacia had. The police were quick to issue a statement, but it was clear they were floundering. No leads, no suspects, only the same questions. Who was responsible and why were these women vanishing? Days later, a body was found, half buried in the thick underbrush near a secluded part of the island. The brutal signs of the murder sent shockwaves through the small community. The killer wasn't just targeting these women. They were being hunted like prey. The crime scene told a twisted story. Leanne's lifeless body was discarded in the most unsettling way, her eyes wide open in terror, her hands grasping at the earth beneath her. The signs of violence were undeniable, a horrific display of power and rage. And then came the next victim. Sarah Wilkins was the fourth in line. She was a tourist, someone who didn't belong to Antigua's tight-knit circle of residents, but her disappearance sent waves of fear across the island. The very fact that a tourist was taken now made the case a matter of international concern. News outlets from all over the world began covering the story, but for the people of Antigua, it wasn't just a headline. It was their worst nightmare unfolding in real time. What made these killings even more terrifying was the way the killer seemed to take pleasure in leaving behind small, cryptic messages. a single red rose left by a body, a handkerchief embroidered with the initials AJ found at another crime scene. Each little detail seemed to mock the authorities, as if the killer was daring them to catch him, teasing them with fragments of a twisted puzzle. For the people of Antigua, the horror was not just the violence but the growing sense of vulnerability. The killer was not someone who would be caught easily. The more the detectives uncovered, the more they realized that they were dealing with someone who was deeply familiar with the island. The killer knew the terrain, knew the hiding spots, and had an intimate knowledge of the darkest corners of Antigua. But what made this story even more unnerving was the killer's untraceable method of operation. The island's idyllic image masked a truth darker than anyone could have imagined. As the body count rose, one thing became clear. The killer was toying with the residents of the island, playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse, and the authorities were powerless to stop it. It wasn't just the brutality of the murders. It was the chilling certainty that no one was safe. Could it be someone living in the community, a trusted neighbor? Or was the killer a stranger, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike again? The hunt was on, but as the investigation deepened, the truth became even more terrifying. There were whispers among the locals of a shadowy figure that no one could identify. They had seen him walking the streets at night, blending into the crowds, always watching, always waiting. And when the killings finally stopped, it was not because the killer had been caught, but because he had simply vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of bodies and shattered lives. As the story of Acacia James came to a close, the island of Antigua was forever changed. The idyllic paradise was now a place haunted by the echoes of those brutal deaths, a place where the dark reality of a killer's reign would be remembered long after the investigation had ended. What if I told you that the nightmare had only just begun? That this was just the first chapter in a saga of horror that no one could have predicted? Stay with me as we delve deeper into the chilling truth of Antigua's most terrifying crimes. The air had begun to change on the island, growing heavier, as though the very atmosphere had been stained by the bloodshed that had begun to seep into every corner of Antigua. The disappearance of Acacia James, followed by the brutal deaths of several more women, had sent ripples of terror through a place that had always been known for its serenity. But now, the once peaceful island had been plunged into an overwhelming silence. No longer was the sound of the surf crashing against the shore a symbol of tranquility. Now, it was a reminder of something darker lurking just beneath the surface. The islanders were afraid. Fear spread like wildfire, unchecked and all-consuming. There was no place to hide, no place to feel safe. The killer, whoever he was among them, perhaps living in their neighborhoods, smiling at them in passing. The terror was insidious, as the residents of Antigua and Barbuda had no idea who would be next, or how the killer would strike. Detective Marcus Williams was a man of few words. His brow furrowed constantly as he combed through evidence, always trying to find a connection, always chasing a lead that seemed to disappear into thin air. But even he was starting to crack. The bodies, too many to count, had begun to blur in his mind. The brutality of each murder was no longer just a crime. It was a haunting, an endless cycle of violence and terror that seemed to have no end. By now, the deaths were no longer just about the victims. Each murder felt personal. Every crime scene was an affront to the island, a place that had always prided itself on its close-knit community. The killer wasn't just an outsider. He was a part of Antigua, living among them, watching them with cold eyes as he planned each next move. The investigation was becoming an exercise in frustration. The clues were sparse, almost non-existent. A trail of blood, a single fingerprint, a piece of fabric left at the scene. Nothing connected the victims, aside from the gruesome manner in which they were killed. What puzzled the authorities even more was the killer's meticulousness. There was no rush. Each victim was carefully chosen, stalked, and ultimately disposed of with an unsettling calmness. There were no signs of struggle at the crime scenes, no indication that the killer had ever been interrupted. For the local police, this wasn't just a case of a random murderer on the loose. This was something much worse. It was as if the killer was toying with them, playing a twisted game. Every time they thought they were getting closer to the truth, a new body would surface, or another lead would slip through their fingers like sand. It was a nightmare that the people of Antigua couldn't escape. The bodies continued to pile up, each one more brutal than the last. Leanne Thomas had been the first after Acacia, and her death set the stage for a macabre pattern. She was found in a disused alley, her body stripped of clothing, a single red rose placed gently at her side. It was a chilling touch, almost as if the killer was marking his work with an artist's signature. A few weeks after Leanne's death, the body of Sarah Wilkins, a tourist, was discovered. Her death sent shockwaves through the community, as tourists were the lifeblood of Antigua's economy. The authorities feared that the international media would catch wind of the story, turning the island's beautiful image into a haunting reminder of how vulnerable it truly was. Sarah's body was found in the same desolate area where Leanne had been left, almost as if the killer had returned to the same location, savoring the memory of his previous triumph. Her body, like the others, was meticulously positioned. A handkerchief with the initials AJ, embroidered on it, was found nearby. It was a cryptic detail that seemed like a personal message, but to the police, it only raised more questions. Detective Williams and his team began to realize that these killings were not random. They were connected in ways they couldn't yet understand. The killer wasn't just picking victims at random. He had a method, a purpose behind his madness. He was sending messages, and they were all too clear. It was as though he was telling the world that he could do whatever he wanted, and no one could stop him. The local community was in a state of panic. Rumors swirled in the streets. Everyone had their own theories about the killer. Some believed it was a member of the island's small but notorious criminal underworld. Others thought it might be someone from outside, a drifter who had come to Antigua to escape his past. But no one knew for sure. The killer remained as elusive as the shadows, slipping in and out of sight without leaving a trace. Then came the fateful discovery of another body. This time, it was the body of a local woman named Tasha White, found in a grove near the outskirts of the city. The brutality of her murder was beyond anything the authorities had seen before. Her body had been mutilated, showing signs of a vicious struggle before her death. The killer had escalated, and the entire island knew it. The fear was now palpable. Tasha's death was a turning point for the investigation. For the first time, there was an obvious pattern that the police could no longer ignore. All of the victims were women. All were killed in similarly brutal fashion, and each had been left in an area with little to no sign of struggle, suggesting that the killer was not just violent, but deliberate in his actions. But what was most terrifying about the killings was the sense that the killer was watching. Detective Williams began to piece together the strange messages left at each crime scene. The red rose left by Leanne's body, the handkerchief with AJ stitched into it, the odd placement of the victims' bodies. They all seemed to be connected. They were clues, breadcrumbs meant to lead the detectives to the killer, but they were also a part of the killer's twisted game. He was daring them to catch him, to figure out his next move. As the investigation spiraled further into chaos, the islanders began to take matters into their own hands. Vigilante groups began to form, people terrified of becoming the next victim, their fear driving them to take the law into their own hands. But this only made things worse. The island, once a paradise, was becoming a powder keg of suspicion, paranoia, and violence. The authorities struggled to maintain control, and with each new death, the pressure mounted. The media coverage intensified, and the eyes of the world were now fixed on Antigua. The killer had become a symbol of chaos, a reminder that evil could take root anywhere, even in a paradise as pristine as this. The locals, once proud of their island's safety, began to look over their shoulders as they walked through the streets. Who could be trusted? Was the killer someone they had known all their lives? Or was he the stranger that had just arrived? Detective Williams felt the weight of the case bearing down on him. Each failure to catch the killer, each new death, made him question his abilities. His once unshakable confidence in solving the case had been replaced with a gnawing sense of despair. The killer was always one step ahead. He was not only outsmarting the police, but he was also outsmarting the entire island. But something had shifted in Williams. He had started to see the killer not just as a monster, but as a man who understood fear, who knew how to manipulate it to make people feel weak, vulnerable, and small. The killer was a puppet master, and the people of Antigua were his marionettes, dancing to his whims without realizing it. And so the hunt continued. The question no longer was, who is the killer? But what does he want? The answer to that question would be the key to unraveling this terrifying mystery. But for Detective Williams and the island of Antigua, finding that answer may have been too late. The killer had already set his sights on the next victim, and time was running out. The air on Antigua had become thick, a suffocating pressure that mirrored the terror coursing through the veins of the island. It was no longer just an island paradise. It had transformed into a war zone where paranoia ruled the streets and trust had become a luxury no one could afford. The killer, still unidentified, was like an omnipresent shadow, lurking just out of sight, taunting everyone with the knowledge that the next victim could be anyone. Detective Marcus Williams, now a man on the edge, walked the dimly lit streets of St. John's, his heart heavy with the weight of the case. Each step he took felt like an eternity, the endless clock of terror ticking in his ears. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the madness. The string of murders had escalated. Each death was more brutal than the last, a grotesque escalation that had transformed what was once a community into a breeding ground for fear. It had started with the women disappearing, then the brutal killings, and now the island was in full panic mode. There was no escaping it. Every time the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the darkness seemed to swallow up the island completely, making every alley, every corner, every shadow feel dangerous. Antigua, which had been known for its warmth, was now a cold, unforgiving place. The killer's pattern was no longer subtle. It was almost as if he was becoming more brazen, more reckless. His thirst for terror seemed to grow with each kill, and yet there was something methodical in his madness. It was clear that each death was not just random violence. The killer was playing a game, and he was in full control. Detective Williams knew it, but the question remained. What was the killer's endgame? The police had been working tirelessly, but it seemed like every lead led to a dead end. The evidence was scant, a fingerprint here, a piece of cloth there. But there was nothing substantial to give them a clear picture of the killer's identity. It was as if he was one step ahead, always managing to evade capture. The authorities were growing desperate, their faces strained with the pressure. Then came the breakthrough, or so it seemed. A local woman, desperate to feel some sense of control, claimed to have seen a man following the victims in the days before their disappearances. The description she gave was vague, but there were enough details to send the police on another wild goose chase. They searched the island from top to bottom, combing through every dark corner, every abandoned shack, every alleyway. But what they didn't realize was that the killer had been right there with them all along, silently observing, perhaps even enjoying their futile attempts to catch him. It was another hot, humid evening when the next body was found, a woman named Jamila Green. She was a local school teacher, known for her warm smile and charitable spirit. She had volunteered for community events, worked with underprivileged children, and had always been viewed as a beacon of hope for the island's younger generation. But now, Jamila was gone, and the island was once again left in the grips of terror. Her body was discovered late in the evening, hidden away in the dense foliage near the outskirts of the city. But what made this discovery different from the others was the position of her body. It wasn't just discarded carelessly like the others had been. No, Jamila's body was displayed, almost reverently, like an offering. The scene sent a chill down Detective Williams' spine when he arrived. The body was surrounded by flowers, blue and white petals scattered carefully around her lifeless form. It was the killer's signature touch, something he had never done before with this level of precision. And there was more. Written in the dirt next to her body were the words, "A gift to you." The message sent a shiver of disgust through Williams. It wasn't just a murder anymore. It was a spectacle. The twisted sense of control that the killer exhibited was becoming more apparent. He wasn't just slaughtering these women in a blind fit of rage. He was showing off. He was taunting the authorities, mocking their every effort to catch him. He had become the predator, and they were nothing more than helpless prey. As the days passed, the fear on the island grew, but there was also an undercurrent of something else, a simmering rage that began to build among the locals. They wanted justice. They wanted to see the killer caught. But more than that, they wanted revenge. The longer the killer went uncaught, the more the islanders felt helpless. The more they looked over their shoulders, their hands trembling with anxiety, unable to trust even their neighbors. The island had become a battlefield, and everyone was in it. It was then, in the midst of the chaos, that a chilling realization began to dawn on Detective Williams. There was a pattern in the way the killer chose his victims. They were not random. The first victims had been local women, Acacia James, Leanne Thomas, Sarah Wilkins, and Tasha White. But the last victim, Jamila Green, had been different. She was not just a woman. The schoolteacher had been a beloved member of the community, known for her work with the youth. She had been a figure of trust, someone who had always given back to the island. The killer was not simply choosing women for their vulnerability. No, he was targeting those who had something to offer, the ones who had the power to effect change. It was as if he was punishing the very essence of what they stood for. Jamila's murder was no random act. It was personal. The killer was picking these women because they had influence, because they represented something good, something pure, and he wanted to destroy it. Each murder had a deeper, more twisted significance. These weren't just crimes of passion. They were a calculated campaign of terror, aimed at breaking the spirit of the island. The killer wanted to shatter the sense of safety, the sense of community that Antigua had been built on. But there was more to this than just murder. Detective Williams realized that the killer's message was about control, not just over the victims, but over the entire island. He was sending a clear message. No one was safe. As the killer's violence escalated, the police were left scrambling for answers. Every theory they had seemed to slip through their fingers. One moment they thought they were closing in on the killer, and the next another body appeared. It was as if the killer was toying with them, his mind twisted beyond any rational comprehension. With each new murder, the stakes grew higher. The media descended upon the island in droves, reporting on the gruesome killings, fueling the panic that had already taken root. The international pressure mounted, and the once beautiful image of Antigua as a tropical paradise was now tainted by blood. The people of Antigua, once united by their love for their homeland, now stood divided, their unity shattered by fear. The streets that had once been full of lively chatter were now eerily silent. The colorful markets, once buzzing with the sound of vendors and tourists, were now empty, abandoned. The very soul of the island was dying, a victim of the killer's madness. Detective Williams, drained and exhausted, was losing faith. Every lead he chased seemed to end in another dead end. His mind raced, torn between the realization that they might never catch the killer and the crushing weight of knowing that the island's innocence had been shattered. He was no longer just solving a case. He was facing a terror that seemed unstoppable, a nightmare that had consumed his once peaceful world. As the days passed and the police failed to close in on their quarry, something began to change in the hearts of the locals. A collective sense of rage started to build, simmering beneath the surface. The killer had not just taken lives. He had stolen their peace, their sense of security. And for the first time, the people of Antigua were not just afraid. They were angry. The people began to organize, their frustration turning to action. Vigilante groups formed in the shadows, people banding together to hunt down the killer themselves. But this only made matters worse. The streets were no longer safe, even for the innocent. Those who had once trusted their neighbors now found themselves questioning everyone around them. Paranoia ruled the island, and it seemed like no one could be trusted. As Detective Williams sat alone in his office late one evening, his mind finally cracked the case wide open. The answer had been right in front of him all along. The killer had been sending a message, and it wasn't just to the authorities. It was to the people of Antigua. He was trying to show them who was in control. And now, the final piece of the puzzle was in place. The killer had done something terrible, something so much darker than any of the police could have anticipated. It wasn't just about murder anymore. It was about control, power, and terror. Antigua, an island once bathed in sun, now stood at the mercy of a shadow so long. It stretched across the lives of everyone who lived there. What began as a whisper of fear had grown into a deafening scream of panic that echoed through every street, every house, every corner. The killer was no longer a faceless murderer in the night. He was a ghost in the lives of the people, manipulating them with every step he took. Detective Marcus Williams could feel it, the final stretch of this relentless, bloody hunt. He sat in his office, a bottle of whiskey unopened in front of him. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face gaunt from days and nights spent chasing shadows. And yet, the truth was just beyond his reach. It had to be. This case was more than just another investigation. It had become an obsession, a fight for the soul of the island. The news had spread faster than any of them had anticipated. The murder of Jamila Green was a cruel turning point. A schoolteacher, a woman who had given her heart and soul to the children of Antigua, left discarded like a broken toy. Her death shook the very core of the community, and the message was clear. No one was safe. But the killer had made one grave mistake. He had underestimated the people of Antigua. The islanders, in their quiet desperation, had begun to form a collective determination that burned like wildfire. They were not going to let this monster take everything from them. They had become hunters too. In the wake of Jamila's brutal murder, the streets of Antigua grew increasingly chaotic. The authorities had been pushed to the brink. Detective Williams, who had once relied on logic and reason, was now losing his grip on both. He knew the killer was intelligent, calculating, but there was something even more terrifying at play. The killer was having fun. Each crime scene was a masterpiece of terror, a chilling performance of violence meant to incite fear and to break spirits. The cryptic messages, the care with which the bodies were positioned, the flowers, the letters, each element was meticulously designed. The killer had been orchestrating this madness, but what was his endgame? A shadow hung over Antigua like a dark cloud. People whispered in the streets, suspicion hanging in the air like a thick fog. Vigilante groups formed almost overnight, people banding together under the banner of fear, intent on finding the killer before he could strike again. The police were forced into a delicate position. While they worked tirelessly to track down the killer, the islanders were growing restless. Some wanted justice, others revenge, but no one seemed to be asking the most important question. What did the killer want? It was late at night when Detective Williams finally uncovered the horrifying pattern he had been searching for. His desk was cluttered with notes, maps, and photographs. The walls around him were covered with a web of connections, suspects, leads, moments of desperation that had led to nothing. But this time it was different. The key had always been there, but it wasn't about the victims themselves. It was about their connection. The killer wasn't just targeting random women. He was targeting the ones who stood for something. A woman of power, a beacon of hope, a teacher, a volunteer. The killer had an agenda. He wasn't simply taking lives. He was extinguishing the very essence of what made Antigua strong. And then it hit him. The killer had always been among them. He had never left the island. This was his home, and he was using it like a puppet master, pulling strings from the shadows, making the people of Antigua dance to his tune. Each victim had been chosen carefully with a purpose. Jamila, a teacher; Leanne, a mother; Acacia, a promising young woman. Each represented something good, something that the killer wanted to destroy. The killer wasn't just punishing the victims. He was punishing the island itself. The investigation took on a new urgency. Detective Williams felt the burden of it all weighing on him. Every death was a failure, every lead a dead end. He began to see the island through different eyes. The once beautiful streets of St. John's now felt oppressive, the air thick with the weight of suspicion. People had begun to accuse one another, to turn on their neighbors. Paranoia spread like a disease, infecting every corner of the island. No one trusted anyone anymore. The killer had infected the very soul of the island. Even as the police launched their most aggressive search yet, the killer was always a step ahead. He was watching, always watching. And then, the final twist, Detective Williams received a phone call that changed everything. It was late in the night, well after midnight, when the call came through. It was from an anonymous tipster who claimed to have information on the killer. They didn't give much away, but they promised that Williams would find the answers he was looking for. The tipster insisted that he meet at a secluded area by the cliffs, just outside of the city, away from prying eyes. Williams, driven by both the desperation to catch the killer and the instinct that had kept him alive so far, made the decision to go alone. He had no backup, no safety net, just the chance to finally end this nightmare. It was a risk, but he had no other choice. He drove through the dark streets, the headlights of his car illuminating the path ahead, but the closer he got to the cliffs, the more the feeling of dread intensified. The air was thick with tension. There was no sound, not even the usual hum of the waves crashing against the rocks below. As Williams approached the designated meeting point, he saw a figure standing near the edge of the cliffs. The person's back was to him, and they were standing perfectly still, as if waiting for him. He stopped the car a few feet away and stepped out, his hand instinctively hovering over his gun. The tipster, a man in a dark coat, turned slowly to face him. His face was obscured by a mask, but there was something unnervingly familiar about the posture. The way the man stood, confident, calm, eerily composed. And then the tipster spoke. "You've been chasing shadows, detective." The voice was deep, chilling. "But the truth is, you've always known where to find me. You just didn't want to see it." Williams felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What did he mean? The figure stepped forward, closer now, and Williams caught a glimpse of his eyes. Cold, empty, filled with malice. "You think you've been hunting me," the tipster continued, "but in reality, you've been hunting your own reflection. You're no different than me. You are the darkness you fear." The words struck Williams like a blow to the chest. He knew what the man was saying, but he couldn't wrap his mind around it. This man, the killer, had been taunting him for weeks, but now it seemed like the final puzzle piece was falling into place. The killer wasn't just a monster out there in the dark. He was someone who knew Williams intimately. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The killer, the methodical precision of the murders, the cryptic messages. He wasn't just trying to destroy the island. He was trying to break Williams. "You see, detective," the killer's voice came again, "you've been chasing me, but you've always been one of us. All it took was a little push, and now here we are." Williams' hands trembled. The realization hit him hard. He had been played. The killer wasn't some faceless stranger. He was right there, in front of him, mocking him for his inability to see the truth. But just as Williams was about to make his move, the killer vanished into the night, leaving only a faint trace of his presence behind. The island's nightmare was far from over. It was only just beginning. The killer had revealed himself, but not in the way Williams had imagined. The island now stood on the brink of chaos, its future uncertain. Antigua had been forever scarred by the terror that had consumed it, and the people who lived there would never again look at their paradise the same way. Detective Williams returned to the city, the weight of the killer's words echoing in his mind. The hunt was not over, it was only just beginning. The night had fallen silent again over Antigua, but the silence was no longer peaceful. It was the kind of silence that presses down on your chest, the weight of things left unsaid, of a terror yet to be fully realized. The island, once a symbol of beauty and serenity, was now a place where the sun shone over the scars of violence and fear, a paradise irrevocably tainted. Detective Marcus Williams sat alone in his office, the dim light from the desk lamp casting long shadows across the room. He was no longer the man who had come to the island with a sense of purpose. The innocence he had once held had been shattered by the cruelty of a killer who was always just one step ahead. His thoughts were a tangled mess of rage, confusion, and disbelief. He had spent months chasing a shadow, only to discover that the killer was not just some faceless monster from the darkness. No, The killer was a reflection of the darkness that had taken root in the heart of the island itself. He had been playing a game all along, a game that, in the end, had only one winner, the killer. The final revelation had hit Williams harder than any bullet ever could. The killer was no stranger. He had been there all along, living among the islanders, moving in plain sight. And now the realization dawned on him. The island was just as much a part of the killer's game as any of the victims. The police had found nothing, no leads, no answers. The killer had disappeared into the night as quietly as he had come. The cryptic messages, the roses, the embroidered handkerchiefs, they had all been part of a sickening puzzle, one that had been solved with horrifying ease by the murderer himself. Williams knew the truth now, but the truth was more terrifying than anything he had imagined. The killer had won. He had broken the island, shattered the peace, and exposed the darkest parts of its soul. The people of Antigua, once so vibrant and full of life, were now left haunted by the fear that had gripped them, the knowledge that no one was safe, not even the ones they loved. In the days that followed, life on the island began to slowly return to a semblance of normalcy. But it was a false normalcy, a fragile facade that masked the deep cracks running through the community. People went back to their daily routines, but the weight of what had happened lingered like a shadow that refused to lift. Vigilante groups disbanded, and the police were left with little more than the memory of their failed attempts to catch the killer. The search had ended not with an arrest, but with the killer simply slipping away, a ghost vanishing into the night, his identity still a mystery. The island, once so sure of its safety, was now a place where the unknown loomed large, and the lines between good and evil were no longer clear. As for Detective Williams, he could never forget the final words of the killer, the words that had chilled him to his core. "You're no different than me. You are the darkness you fear." He had chased the killer for so long, driven by the need for justice. But now, in the quiet aftermath, he wondered, had he become part of the darkness too? Had the hunt for the killer taken something from him, something he couldn't get back? The killer was gone, but his presence remained, haunting every corner of the island, every face in the crowd, every whisper in the wind. Antigua was never the same after that. The people who lived there, once proud of their paradise, now carried a secret fear in their hearts, a fear that could never be erased, no matter how many years passed. The killer had taken more than just lives. He had taken the soul of the island itself, and nothing could ever bring it back. And so, the island continued, but the ghosts remained. In the shadows, in the empty corners of the streets, in the silence of the night, he was still there, watching, waiting for the next time to strike. The reckoning had come, and Antigua would never be the same again. Story 3. The Burning Alive of the Wichita Horror Murders, 2000. What if I told you that an innocent night of laughter and normalcy turned into a blood-soaked, terror-filled nightmare that would haunt an entire city forever? What if the monster who committed these unspeakable acts wasn't just any killer, but a savage predator who took pleasure in the suffering of his victims? In the dark, twisted corners of Wichita, Kansas, a horror was unfolding that few could comprehend. No one could have predicted that the faces of two innocent men would soon become synonymous with sheer evil. These men, Reginald and Jonathan Carr, became the embodiment of fear, terrorizing a city and leaving a legacy of broken lives and burned memories. This isn't a tale of a random killing spree. This is a story of systematic brutality, of innocent lives snuffed out in the most painful, unimaginable ways. The Wichita horror murders shook the city to its core, leaving people questioning the very nature of humanity itself. You'll never look at a quiet neighborhood the same way again. In the darkest of places, there are predators who lurk, and the truth behind their horrifying acts will leave you sleepless. Prepare yourself for the chilling, painful truth of a crime that remains burned into the history of one small American city. A crime so gruesome, it could only be described as pure, unrelenting evil. The night sky over Wichita, Kansas, was clouded with a haunting stillness, a sense of foreboding creeping into the air. It wasn't unusual for this small Midwestern city to settle into a quiet rhythm by evening. The streets were lined with modest homes, Families nestled into their warm, familiar spaces, the sounds of life, children playing, dinner tables clinking, filling the air. For the Carr brothers, however, it was just another night to begin their descent into madness. Reginald and Jonathan Carr were no strangers to violence. They had lived their entire lives in and out of trouble. Their background was marred by poverty, neglect, and a dangerous mix of resentment that fueled their twisted view of the world. But what the people of Wichita couldn't know was that the Carr brothers were preparing for something far darker than anyone could have imagined. It started small, a robbery gone wrong here, a mugging there, but soon it would escalate into something much worse. Something that would scar the city forever. On the evening of December 7th, 2000, the Carr brothers embarked on a crime spree unlike anything Wichita had ever seen. They would target innocent victims, slowly turning them into pawns in a grotesque game of power and control. The first victims, brothers Brad and Brian, were both in their 20s, out enjoying a night with friends at a local restaurant. What was supposed to be a night of camaraderie and laughter quickly turned into a nightmare when Reginald and Jonathan, already deep into their violent plans, confronted them outside. They were just two unsuspecting men in a dark parking lot, unaware of the horrors that lay ahead. The Carr brothers didn't need a reason to attack. They needed only the desire to feel superior, to break their victims, to make them feel small and helpless, before ending their lives in an agonizing fashion. Reginald and Jonathan forced their victims into their car, locking them away like livestock before taking them to a secluded part of the city. In the cold, dark hours that followed, Brad and Brian would experience hell. They were brutally beaten, bound, and left to wonder what cruel fate awaited them. Reginald and Jonathan were not finished yet. This was just the beginning of their descent into depravity. The brutality they inflicted was not haphazard, nor was it born out of a simple rage. No, it was methodical. Reginald had one vision. He was the master. His victims would feel the pain, would beg for mercy, but mercy would never come. His cruelty knew no bounds. Brad and Brian would not leave this night alive. Their screams would echo in the still air, the twisted sounds of agony marking the end of their lives. They were murdered and left behind, just another set of bodies discarded in a dark alley, an afterthought to the Carr brothers' bloodlust. The brothers didn't just kill them, they desecrated them, reducing their existence to nothing more than a blip in their sick experiment. There was no remorse, only the satisfaction of knowing they had control. That night, the Carr brothers had crossed a line that would forever change their lives, and the lives of the people in Wichita. The brutality didn't end there. Reginald and Jonathan, emboldened by their cold-blooded success, moved on to their next victims. Their spree continued, becoming more grotesque, more deliberate. Each new act seemed to surpass the last in depravity. The next victims weren't just random. Reginald and Jonathan began to target the weak, the vulnerable, those who could be manipulated and controlled. A mother, a daughter, and a boyfriend, 3 lives snuffed out in a grotesque dance of violence and terror. The mother and daughter, gunned down as they helplessly begged for their lives. The boyfriend, forced to watch as his loved ones were slaughtered before him, before the brutal end that awaited him as well. Reginald and Jonathan's twisted dance had become a terrifying ritual, one that played out with horrifying precision. It wasn't just about killing anymore, it was about control, about making others suffer in ways they could not begin to understand. And then, just when it seemed as though the worst was over, the brothers took it even further. The most horrifying part of the Wichita horror murders wasn't just the brutal killings, but the way the victims were tortured before death came to claim them. Reginald and Jonathan found twisted pleasure in the pain of their victims. The cruelest act of all was how the brothers trapped their final set of victims, 2 innocent women, before setting them ablaze, turning their bodies into a grotesque reminder of just how far their depravity had spiraled. The flames didn't just consume flesh. They consumed the last remnants of humanity that had ever existed in these men. And yet, the worst part of all, it seemed as though no one was safe. The victims were not strangers to the Carr brothers. They were members of the community, people who had once believed they were untouchable. But Reginald and Jonathan proved that no no matter how innocent, was beyond their grasp. The night was far from over. Reginald and Jonathan Carr would continue their rampage, and the people of Wichita would soon realize the monster they had unknowingly allowed to walk among them. The police would struggle, the community would shudder, and yet the Carr brothers seemed untouchable, until the truth would finally catch up with them. The night after the murders of Brad and Brian, Wichita's streets fell into an eerie, unnerving calm. The kind of silence that settles after a storm, the kind that hides something darker beneath its surface. The victims' bodies had been discovered, and the brutal nature of the killings sent a wave of panic crashing through the city. People were terrified, not just of the killer, but of the realization that this wasn't an isolated incident. This was something worse, something systematic, cold, and calculated. Reginald and Jonathan Carr were not finished. In fact, their bloodlust was only beginning. The terror they had unleashed in the city was only a precursor to the horrors they would soon impose on even more innocent lives. But for now, the Carr brothers were invisible. They blended into the streets, hiding behind their normalcy, pretending to be just another part of the scenery. But the reality was far more chilling. They were predators, watching from the shadows, their eyes glinting with the anticipation of their next victim. Reginald and Jonathan Carr had been raised in a world where violence was just another part of the rhythm of life. From their childhood to their teenage years, brutality was as common as breathing. They were never taught empathy, never taught to care about the pain they caused others. From petty thefts to more violent offenses, they had a history of inflicting harm, but nothing had prepared the people of Wichita for the pure evil they were about to unleash. The Carr brothers were no strangers to crime. Reginald had spent time in prison, and Jonathan, though younger, had followed in his brother's footsteps. But nothing in their troubled past could explain the depravity they now exhibited. The brutality they displayed was beyond anything the city had ever seen. The coldness, the willingness to destroy lives for no reason other than the sheer pleasure it gave them, left a permanent scar on the soul of Wichita. Each night, they would sit in the shadows, plotting, planning their next move, their next attack. It wasn't just about killing. It was about control, power, the ability to make someone feel weak and terrified before ending their life in the most agonizing way possible. The brothers had quickly learned that the most terrifying part of their attacks wasn't just the killings themselves. No, it was the game they played, the game of dominance. The victims were not simply murdered. They were broken down, reduced to nothing more than objects. They were forced to beg, forced to comply with every command, until they had no dignity left. Reginald and Jonathan took their time, relishing in the fear that poured from their victims like a slow, steady stream. The first women the Carr brothers targeted were not like the others. These weren't just random strangers. They were local women who had once walked Wichita's streets without fear. The victims, two sisters and their boyfriend, had been looking forward to a night out. Like so many others in the city, they had no reason to be afraid. The night had started like any other, with laughter and the anticipation of a good time. They had no way of knowing that their lives would soon be shattered in the most horrific manner. The sisters, both in their early 20s, were vibrant and full of life. They had dreams of escaping the small town and making something of themselves. But that was before Reginald and Jonathan tore through their world like a whirlwind of madness. The boyfriend, equally unsuspecting, had joined them for the night, unaware that the moment they stepped out of the car, their fate was sealed. The Carr brothers, ever the predators, had stalked them for days, learning their habits, watching them from the shadows. When the moment came, they struck with terrifying precision. The victims, initially confused and terrified by the sudden violence, were overpowered quickly. But the true terror began only once they were forced into the brothers' car, driven to an isolated, desolate location. It was there, in that forsaken place, that the true horror unfolded. The sisters and their boyfriend were forced to kneel, their faces wet with tears, as Reginald and Jonathan made their demands known. They were forced to strip, humiliated in ways too dark to even describe. The terror that held them in its grip was palpable, a suffocating, all-encompassing fear that twisted their stomachs into knots. The Carr brothers took their time. They made sure their victims understood just how powerless they were, how fragile life could be. It was only after the torment and abuse that the killing came. And even then, it was slow, painful. Reginald and Jonathan watched with twisted satisfaction as their victims begged for their lives. A hopeless plea that fell on deaf ears. The Carr brothers were no longer just criminals, they were gods, deciding who would live and who would die. The victims' bodies were discarded, left as if they were nothing more than trash to be swept away. The aftermath was a scene of unimaginable horror. The authorities, when they finally arrived, found the remains in a state so disfigured, so destroyed, that the sheer brutality of it took their breath away. The murders shook Wichita to its very core. The city, once a quiet, unassuming place, had now become a hotbed of terror. Neighbors looked at each other with suspicion. No one could be trusted. The Carr brothers had shown that no one was safe. Not the innocent, not the young, not the strong. If someone had told the people of Wichita a month ago that their lives would be forever changed by two men, they would have laughed. But now they understood. The terror that had gripped Wichita wasn't just the brutal nature of the killings. It was the unknown. The killer or killers were still out there. The Carr brothers blended seamlessly into the population, their actions hidden behind a carefully constructed facade of normalcy. No one knew who they were, where they were hiding, or how to stop them. As the bodies piled up, the city began to crack under the pressure. People stopped leaving their homes after dark. They locked their doors, checked their windows, and whispered fears to one another in hushed tones. The police, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the crimes, were at a loss. No clues, no witnesses, only the bodies. And each body, each new victim, only added to the growing sense of dread that hung over Wichita. As the bodies were found, each scene began to reveal the same dark signature. It wasn't just about the murders, it was the way the victims had been treated, the way their lives had been stolen from them. The Carr brothers didn't just want to kill. They wanted to break their victims, to twist their souls before they took their lives. The sheer cruelty of it was sickening. But the worst part? It was all part of the plan. Reginald and Jonathan weren't just murdering for the sake of it. They were playing a sick game, one where the victims were nothing more than pieces on a chessboard. Each victim was forced to suffer. It was torture, slow, agonizing, and deliberate. The brothers reveled in it, drawing out the pain, watching it as if it were a show. They would leave the victims on the verge of death, forcing them to experience every second of terror before finally pulling the trigger or setting the flames. Wichita was no longer the city it had been before the Carr brothers descended into its dark corners. The simple comforts of daily life, once taken for granted, had become distant memories, buried under the weight of an unspeakable horror. The Carr brothers were still out there, their sadistic acts unpunished, their faces hidden behind a veil of anonymity. It seemed like every corner of the city carried the suffocating stench of fear. Every street lamp, every alley, every park seemed to whisper the same question. Who would be next? For the police, it was a race against time. But with each new victim, each new body discovered, their chances of catching the killers seemed slimmer and slimmer. Reginald and Jonathan had planned their crimes with a precision that left little evidence behind. No fingerprints, no witnesses, no clear motive. Just the bodies, just the terror. The toll on the people of Wichita was undeniable. Families locked themselves inside, their windows covered with thick curtains, their doors bolted shut. Children no longer played outside after dark, and even the bravest adults couldn't ignore the creeping dread that hung in the air. As weeks turned to months, the entire city felt like a ghost town. The people were hollowed out, their nerves raw from the constant fear. Even the air felt heavy, thick with uncertainty. Neighbors who had once smiled at each other in passing now avoided eye contact. Everyone had become suspicious, fearful that someone they knew could be harboring the killers, or worse yet, could themselves be the next victims. Reginald and Jonathan Carr had become the embodiment of terror. What had started as random, almost spontaneous acts of violence had evolved into something far more systematic, more terrifying. As the days went by, the brothers grew bolder, more confident. They had tasted the rush of power that came with taking a life, with watching someone beg for mercy only to have it denied. They had no fear anymore. Not of being caught, not of the police, not of the people they tormented. Their crimes were no longer just about inflicting pain. They had become a twisted game to them. The brothers took pleasure in making their victims' lives a slow spiral into hell. They fed off the terror they created, drawing it out, savoring every moment. They had perfected their method. First, they would pick a victim, usually someone who seemed unaware of the impending danger, someone who didn't belong to the underworld of crime they had come from. Then, they would stalk their prey, learning their patterns, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When they finally moved in, it was fast, violent, and brutal. They used fear as a weapon, breaking their victims' spirits before they took their lives. But there was something more insidious at work now. The Carr brothers began to realize that the more terror they caused, the more power they gained. They had turned Wichita into their hunting ground, and the city had no idea how to stop them. The police force, already stretched thin by the mounting number of murders, was starting to show signs of cracking. The pressure to find the killers was immense. Investigators worked day and night, piecing together fragments of evidence from each crime scene. But no matter how many leads they followed, they came up empty. Every time they thought they were closing in on the brothers, they slipped away into the shadows. The Carr brothers knew how to cover their tracks. They had no obvious connection to the victims, no clear motive, no pattern that could be easily followed. The detectives were caught in a maddening cycle of investigation, always one step behind. Reginald and Jonathan's ability to vanish without a trace was a testament to their growing confidence. They had become ghosts, untouchable and elusive. The breakthrough came when the police began to piece together the connection between the murders. It wasn't just about random killings. The brothers were slowly targeting the most vulnerable, creating a web of victims that, when connected, formed a pattern of brutality and violence. But even this discovery came too late. By the time the police figured it out, the Carr brothers had already moved on to their next prey. With no leads and the murders piling up, the situation grew desperate. The authorities were running out of options. They needed a break. A mistake made by the killers, something, anything that could expose their identities. Then, one day, the Carr brothers slipped up. Reginald had always been the more reckless of the two, prone to fits of rage that would sometimes overtake him in the heat of the moment. Jonathan, always the more calculating one, would usually keep his brother in check. But this time, Reginald's temper had exploded during one of their robberies. It was supposed to be a simple heist, quick and easy. But something went wrong, and Reginald lashed out. A witness, a terrified shopkeeper, had managed to see Reginald's face before he fled the scene. It was a fleeting glimpse, but it was enough. The description was passed to the police, and suddenly, there was hope. The investigation ramped up. Surveillance footage was reviewed, witness statements were collected, and within days, a police sketch was made of the man who had terrorized their city. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The sketch was released to the public. It was a long shot, but it was the first concrete lead they had. And it worked. A few days later, a tip came in. Someone had seen a man matching the description in a local bar. The police acted quickly, raiding the bar and apprehending Reginald Carr. The shock of the arrest rippled through Wichita, but it wasn't over yet. Jonathan Carr was still at large, and Reginald, the mastermind behind the killings, refused to cooperate. For days, Reginald remained silent, but the pressure was mounting. The police knew they had to break him, and finally, on a cold winter night, they did. Reginald Carr, now cornered, revealed everything. The truth behind the Wichita horror murders, the twisted, sadistic game he and his brother had been playing. He spoke of the brutal acts they had committed, the terror they had instilled, the lives they had destroyed. He gave them names, locations, details, and with that confession, the nightmare was finally starting to unravel. With Reginald's confession, the police were able to track down Jonathan Carr. They found him holed up in a small apartment, trying to lay low. The arrest was swift, and the two brothers, who had once been untouchable, were finally behind bars. The nightmare that had haunted Wichita for so long was over. The Carr brothers were arrested. Their reign of terror ended. But the damage had already been done. The city of Wichita would never be the same. The scars of the Wichita horror would remain, etched into the collective memory of the community for generations to come. The Carr brothers, once faceless killers, were now infamous. Reginald, the older of the two, was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Jonathan, too, would face the same fate. They had been stopped, but the pain they caused would never be erased. Wichita, Kansas, was finally starting to breathe again. After months of fear, paranoia, and an unrelenting wave of terror, the Carr brothers were behind bars. The arrest was a collective sigh of relief for a city that had been shattered by brutality. The fear that had gripped the streets, the homes, the very air itself, seemed to dissipate as the authorities finally had the men responsible for the Wichita horror murders in their custody. But for the survivors, the families, and the community as a whole, the wounds left by Reginald and Jonathan Carr would never truly heal. The police, the investigators, the entire city had been driven to their limits. They had watched as lives were shattered, as the innocent were destroyed, all at the hands of two men who saw their victims as nothing more than pieces in a sick game. Yet, as the Carr brothers were finally silenced in the courtroom, the real impact of their actions began to unfold. The families of the victims could only sit and listen as the details of the murders were recounted in court. Each word, each moment of the brothers' confession felt like a fresh wound being torn open. For them, the months of waiting, of uncertainty, had finally come to an end, but it wasn't the closure they had hoped for. For some, there would never be closure. No verdict, no prison sentence could bring back the lives of their loved ones, the innocence stolen from them in the most horrifying way. They were left with memories tainted by brutality, minds forever haunted by the gruesome ways their families had been murdered. The victims of the Wichita horror murders had been robbed not only of their lives but of the peace that once existed in their community. The sisters and their boyfriend, forever frozen in time, their names spoken only in hushed whispers by the surviving family members. Their lives had been snuffed out like candles in the dark, a reminder of just how fragile and fleeting life could be. Then there were the other victims, the families who had been torn apart in the most unimaginable ways. The Carr brothers didn't just kill their victims. They obliterated their entire existence. They stripped away their dignity, crushed their humanity, and turned them into mere shadows of themselves. Brad and Brian, innocent men out for a night on the town, had been reduced to nothing more than victims of sadistic violence. Their families were left to pick up the pieces of shattered lives, grappling with the pain of their untimely deaths and the gnawing question of why. The trial of the Carr brothers was nothing short of a spectacle. The brothers, who had been so calm in their violence, were now stripped of their control. Reginald, who had been the ringleader behind the horrific spree, sat stoic as the details of his crimes were read aloud. Jonathan, the younger of the two, appeared more restless, fidgeting and avoiding eye contact as his role in the terror was revealed. It was a chilling sight. The brothers, who had executed the most brutal and calculated murders, now appeared weak, their confidence shattered. Yet there was something unsettling about them even now. In their eyes, there was still that same glint, the same desire for power and control. Even in prison, even when faced with a lifetime of sentences, they still exuded the same disturbing aura they had when they had terrorized the streets of Wichita. Their confessions, given after months of investigation and mounting pressure, were as cold and chilling as the murders themselves. They spoke without remorse, almost with pride, of the terror they had caused, of the power they had felt as they broke each victim before ending their life. They spoke of it as if it were nothing more than a game, something to pass the time, something to satisfy their hunger for dominance. The courtroom was filled with a mix of anger, disgust, and disbelief. The victims' families could barely hold back their tears, their rage, as they listened to the details of the brutality their loved ones had endured. The prosecution painted a picture of two men who had become predators, fueled by nothing but a thirst for violence. Reginald Carr was the focus of much of the trial. He had been the mastermind behind the attacks, the one who had orchestrated each murder, each brutal act. His cold detachment, his lack of empathy, became the defining characteristics of his personality. He had been the one to drive the violence forward, the one who had taken his brother's inherent recklessness and turned it into a weapon. Throughout the trial, Reginald's arrogance remained evident. He showed little remorse, almost relishing the discomfort he caused in the courtroom. But there were cracks, small moments where his arrogance faltered, where his eyes betrayed the terror he had known when he was finally caught. His defense tried to paint him as a product of his upbringing, a man driven to violence by a life of neglect and hardship. But the jury wasn't swayed. Reginald's actions spoke for themselves. His crimes were premeditated, methodical, and carried out with a sadistic glee. His childhood couldn't explain away the pure evil he had become. Jonathan Carr, though less outwardly confident than his brother, was still complicit in the horrors they had inflicted. He had been Reginald's partner in crime, the one who stood by and watched as his brother orchestrated the terror. Jonathan's role was as horrifying as Reginald's. His willingness to participate in the torture and murder was damning. But unlike Reginald, Jonathan didn't speak with the same cold, detached attitude. In the courtroom, he appeared more nervous, avoiding the eyes of the victims' families, unable to bear the weight of his actions. It was clear that Jonathan wasn't the mastermind, but his complicity in the horrors that had occurred made him just as guilty. His defense, too, attempted to use his troubled past as an excuse, claiming that Jonathan had been influenced by his older brother. But the evidence was overwhelming. Jonathan had been just as involved in the murders, and his lack of remorse showed that he had no intention of ever stopping. The jury deliberated for what felt like an eternity, the weight of the decision hanging over them. Reginald and Jonathan had taken the lives of innocent people, and now they would have to face the consequences of their monstrous actions. After days of gut-wrenching testimony, the verdicts were handed down. Reginald Carr was sentenced to death. His role in the murders, his sadistic enjoyment of the suffering of others, had sealed his fate. The people of Wichita felt a sense of justice, but it was a hollow victory. The lives that Reginald had taken could never be returned. The trauma he had caused would never fade. Jonathan Carr, despite his lesser role in the murders, was also sentenced to life in prison without parole. He would never see the outside world again. But for the families of the victims, the sentence didn't feel like enough. No sentence, no punishment could ever bring their loved ones back. As the Carr brothers were led away in handcuffs, the city of Wichita could finally exhale. The killers who had held them in a grip of terror for so long were behind bars, but the scars they left behind would remain for years to come. The wounds caused by the Carr brothers' cruelty would never truly heal. The survivors, the families, the community, they were left to rebuild their lives, but they could never escape the shadow of what had happened. The murders, the brutality, the sheer evil of Reginald and Jonathan Carr. They had forever changed the course of their lives. And so, the Wichita horror murders became a chilling chapter in the history of one small American city. A chapter that would never be forgotten, even as time passed. The memories of the victims, the images of the terror, the sounds of the screams, they would live on in the minds of all who had been touched by the horror. For the Carr brothers, justice had been served. But for Wichita, it was a long road to recovery. Story 4. The Shadow Stalker of Brisbane. The Murder of Betty Shanks. In the sultry darkness of a Brisbane night in 1952, evil walked the empty streets with calculated precision. Betty Shanks, a vivacious 18-year-old with dreams as bright as the Queensland sun, vanished into thin air, leaving behind only whispers of terror and a trail of blood that would haunt Australia's collective nightmares for decades. This isn't just another murder case filed away in dusty police archives. This is the chilling tale of a predator who turned the peaceful suburbs of Brisbane into his personal hunting ground, where innocent young women became pawns in his twisted game of death. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of one man's unthinkable cruelty, where each victim's final moments were orchestrated with the meticulous planning of a surgeon and the savage brutality of a beast. The killer didn't just take lives. He shattered families, terrorized communities, and left investigators grappling with crimes so heinous they defied comprehension. This is the story of how one monster's insatiable hunger for violence turned Brisbane's quiet neighborhoods into graveyards of broken dreams. Prepare yourself. What you're about to hear will chill you to your very core. The oppressive heat of January 31st, 1952, hung over Brisbane like a suffocating shroud. The air itself seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, as if nature itself sensed the evil that was about to unfold. Betty Shanks, her auburn hair catching the last dying rays of sunlight, stepped out of the Kedron Park Hotel at precisely 11:30 p.m. She had no way of knowing that her footsteps echoed directly into the ears of a predator who had been watching, waiting, calculating her every move with the patience of a spider spinning its web. At 18 years old, Betty possessed that intoxicating combination of innocence and beauty that made heads turn wherever she went. Her laugh was infectious, her spirit unbreakable, or so everyone believed. She worked as a barmaid at the hotel, charming customers with her warm smile and quick wit. But beneath the veneer of her carefree exterior, Betty harbored dreams that stretched far beyond the confines of her working-class neighborhood. She spoke often of traveling, of seeing the world beyond Brisbane's borders, of finding love and building a family of her own. That night, as she walked alone down the eerily quiet street, Betty couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that invisible eyes were boring into her back. The streetlights cast long, twisted shadows that seemed to writhe and dance with sinister intent. Every rustle of leaves in the warm night breeze sounded like whispered threats. Every distant car engine could have belonged to someone following her home. She quickened her pace, her heels clicking against the pavement in a rhythm that would soon become a death knell. Behind her, moving with the silent grace of a seasoned hunter, Alfred Arthur Thomas followed at a distance that allowed him to study every detail of her movements. His cold, calculating eyes took in the sway of her hips, the vulnerable curve of her neck, the way she nervously glanced over her shoulder. To him, she wasn't a human being with hopes and fears. She was prey. Thomas had spent weeks perfecting his approach. He knew Betty's schedule better than she did. He knew which route she took home, which shortcuts she preferred, which dark alleyways offered the perfect cover for unspeakable acts. His twisted mind had already played out a dozen different scenarios, each more horrifying than the last. The anticipation coursed through his veins like a drug, heightening his senses and sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. As Betty turned into Norman Street, the shadows seemed to swallow her whole. The street was deserted, lined with modest homes whose occupants slept peacefully, blissfully unaware that a nightmare was unfolding just outside their windows. The silence was broken only by the distant hum of electricity from overhead power lines and the soft whisper of wind through the trees. Thomas closed the distance between them with predatory stealth. His breathing was controlled, his movements precise. He had done this before, not the killing, not yet, but the stalking, the hunting, the careful observation of potential victims. Betty Shanks wasn't his first target, but she would be his first kill, and the savage brutality he was about to unleash would set the template for a reign of terror that would grip Brisbane in fear. The attack came without warning. One moment, Betty was walking toward the safety of her family home, and the next, iron-strong hands seized her from behind. Her scream was cut short as Thomas clamped his hand over her mouth, his fingers digging into her soft skin with bruising force. The terror in her eyes was intoxicating to him, feeding the dark hunger that had been growing inside his twisted soul for months. "Don't fight me," he whispered into her ear, his voice a low, menacing growl that sent ice through her veins. "Fighting only makes it worse." But Betty Shanks was not the type to surrender without a battle. Despite the overwhelming fear that threatened to paralyze her, she summoned every ounce of strength and courage she possessed. She bit down hard on his hand, tasting blood as her teeth found their mark. Thomas roared in pain and rage, his grip loosening just enough for her to wrench herself free. She ran like her life depended on it, because it did. Her feet pounded against the pavement as she sprinted toward the nearest house, her lungs burning as she screamed for help. Behind her, Thomas gave chase, his face contorted with fury. The sound of his heavy footsteps grew closer with each passing second, like the approach of death itself. Betty's desperate cries for help echoed through the night air, but the sleeping residents of Norman Street remained oblivious to her plight. House after house passed by in a blur as she ran, each one representing safety that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Her side ached with a sharp stitch, her legs felt like lead, and her heart hammered against her ribs with such force she thought it might burst. Thomas was gaining on her. She could hear his ragged breathing, could sense his presence closing in like a dark cloud. When she stumbled slightly on a crack in the pavement, it was all the advantage he needed. His hand shot out and grabbed her hair, yanking her backward with such violence that she felt strands rip from her scalp. The impact as she hit the ground knocked the wind from her lungs. Stars exploded across her vision as her head struck the concrete, and for a moment, she teetered on the edge of consciousness. Through the haze of pain and terror, she saw Thomas looming over her like a nightmare made flesh. His eyes held no humanity, no mercy, only a cold, calculating evil that chilled her to her core. "Please," she gasped, the word barely audible through her terror. "Please don't hurt me. I won't tell anyone. I promise I won't tell." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. Thomas had crossed a line from which there was no return. The careful planning, the weeks of observation, the dark fantasies that had consumed his thoughts, it all culminated in this moment. He reached for the knife he had concealed in his jacket, the blade catching what little light filtered through the darkness. Betty's eyes widened in horror as she saw the weapon. The realization that she was about to die hit her with the force of a physical blow. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she thought of her family, sleeping peacefully just a few blocks away. They would wake up tomorrow expecting to see her smiling face at the breakfast table, never knowing that their beloved daughter had spent her final moments in absolute terror. The first stab was swift and brutal, penetrating her chest with a sickening sound that Thomas would remember and savor for years to come. Betty's scream was cut short as blood filled her lungs, reducing her voice to a wet, gurgling whisper. But Thomas wasn't finished. The knife rose and fell again and again, each thrust more savage than the last. 23 times the blade found its mark. 23 wounds that transformed a beautiful young woman into a broken, bloodied shell. Thomas didn't stop until his arm ached from the exertion and Betty's body lay still beneath him, her lifeless eyes staring up at the star-filled sky. The killer stood over his victim's corpse, breathing heavily as the magnitude of what he had done began to sink in. There was no regret, no remorse, only a dark satisfaction and an immediate craving for more. He had tasted blood, and the hunger was insatiable. Thomas dragged Betty's body into nearby bushland, covering it with branches and leaves in a crude attempt at concealment. But he wasn't trying to hide the crime forever, just long enough to savor the memory and begin planning his next hunt. As he walked away from the scene, leaving behind the broken remains of Betty Shanks, he was already thinking about his next victim. The following morning, when Betty failed to return home, her family's concern quickly turned to panic. Her parents, John and Mary Shanks, contacted the police when their daughter didn't come home for breakfast. At first, investigators treated it as a missing person case, holding out hope that Betty had perhaps stayed with a friend or gotten lost after a night out. But as the hours turned to days, that hope began to fade. Search parties combed the neighborhoods around the Kedron Park Hotel and Betty's home, calling her name and checking every possible hiding place. The discovery of her body 3 days later, partially decomposed and covered in flies, sent shockwaves through the Brisbane community. Detective Inspector Jim Glancy, a veteran investigator with 20 years of experience, had seen his share of violent crimes. But the brutality inflicted on Betty Shanks left him physically ill. The crime scene photographs would haunt him for the rest of his career, images of a young woman whose life had been snuffed out with unimaginable cruelty. The medical examiner's report painted a picture of sustained violence that defied comprehension. Betty had fought valiantly for her life, as evidenced by defensive wounds on her hands and arms. But she had been overpowered by someone stronger, someone who took savage pleasure in inflicting pain. The killer had stabbed her repeatedly in the chest, abdomen, and back, some wounds going so deep they severed vital organs. Word of Betty's murder spread through Brisbane like wildfire, carried by horrified whispers and front-page headlines that screamed of evil walking among the city's residents. Parents kept their children closer, women avoided walking alone at night, and an atmosphere of fear settled over the community like a suffocating blanket. But the killer was just getting started. Alfred Arthur Thomas had discovered his true calling, and Betty Shanks was merely the first name on a list that would grow longer and more horrifying with each passing month. The beast had awakened, and Brisbane would never be the same again. As investigators worked tirelessly to track down Betty's killer, Thomas was already stalking his next victim. The thrill of the kill had exceeded even his darkest fantasies, and the hunger for more blood consumed his every waking thought. He walked the streets of Brisbane like a wolf among sheep, studying potential victims with the cold calculation of a predator who had found his purpose. The investigation into Betty's murder would consume hundreds of hours and involve dozens of detectives, but Thomas remained one step ahead. He was careful, methodical, and driven by an insatiable appetite for violence that would claim more innocent lives before justice finally caught up with him. The shadow stalker of Brisbane had claimed his first victim, but the nightmare was just beginning. In the weeks following Betty Shanks' brutal murder, Brisbane transformed into a city under siege by its own shadows. The comfortable illusion of safety that had once blanketed the suburbs evaporated like morning dew, replaced by a palpable atmosphere of dread that seemed to seep from every darkened alley and deserted street corner. Parents clutched their children tighter, women traveled in groups, and even the bravest souls found themselves glancing nervously over their shoulders as darkness fell. But for Alfred Arthur Thomas, this climate of fear was intoxicating. He walked through the terrified city like a predator surveying his territory, feeding off the anxiety that his handiwork had created. The memory of Betty's final moments played on an endless loop in his twisted mind. Her desperate screams, the way her body had convulsed with each stab of the knife, the satisfying weight of her going limp in his arms. It was a high unlike anything he had ever experienced, and like any addict, he craved more. Thomas was 27 years old, a laborer whose unremarkable appearance allowed him to blend seamlessly into crowds. Average height, nondescript features, and the kind of face that people forgot moments after seeing it, he was the perfect camouflage for a monster. Those who knew him described him as quiet, even shy, with no hint of the savage brutality that lurked beneath his mundane exterior. He was the neighbor who nodded politely as he passed, the coworker who kept to himself, the stranger who could walk by you on the street without raising a single red flag. But beneath this carefully constructed facade, Thomas's mind was a churning cauldron of violent fantasies and meticulous planning. He had discovered something about himself in those moments with Betty, a capacity for cruelty that both thrilled and consumed him. The power he had felt as he watched the life drain from her eyes was addictive, and he was already plotting his next kill. For 3 months, Thomas remained dormant, not out of remorse or fear of capture, but because he was learning. He studied the police investigation into Betty's murder, reading every newspaper article and analyzing every public statement from law enforcement. He observed how the detectives worked, what evidence they focused on, and where their investigation was heading. Like a student of murder, he absorbed every lesson and used it to refine his technique. During this period, Thomas also spent countless hours stalking potential victims. He would follow young women home from work, memorizing their routines and identifying the perfect moments to strike. But he was patient, methodical, waiting for the ideal opportunity when circumstances would align in his favor. He carried a small notebook where he recorded details about different targets, their schedules, their routes, their vulnerabilities. To anyone who might have discovered it, it would have looked like the innocent observations of a lonely man interested in the people around him. In reality, it was a hunter's manual, a catalog of prey waiting to be selected. The police investigation into Betty Shanks' murder had reached a frustrating standstill. Despite interviewing hundreds of potential witnesses and following dozens of leads, Detective Inspector Jim Glancy and his team had made no significant progress in identifying the killer. The forensic evidence was limited. This was 1952, long before DNA analysis or sophisticated crime scene investigation techniques. They had footprint impressions, some fibers, and witness accounts of suspicious individuals in the area, but nothing concrete enough to make an arrest. Thomas watched the investigation with the detached interest of a chess master observing his opponent's moves. He noted which areas the police were focusing on and adjusted his future plans accordingly. When he read that investigators were canvassing hotels and bars where Betty had been employed, he made a mental note to avoid targeting women from similar establishments. When he learned that police were looking for men with previous criminal records, he felt confident in his clean background. The killer was learning, adapting, evolving. On May 15, 1952, exactly 3 months and 14 days after Betty Shanks drew her last breath, Thomas selected his second victim. Her name was Margaret Thompson, a 22-year-old secretary who worked at a law firm in the Brisbane CBD. Margaret was everything Thomas found appealing in his victims. Young, attractive, and most importantly, she followed a predictable routine that he had been observing for weeks. Every evening after work, Margaret would catch the 6:15 tram from Adelaide Street to her boarding house in New Farm. The journey took approximately 25 minutes, and she would walk the final 3 blocks alone through a relatively quiet residential area. Thomas had timed the route dozens of times, identified the darkest stretches of her path, and even located a vacant lot where he could dispose of evidence if necessary. But Margaret Thompson would prove to be different from Betty Shanks in ways that would both excite and challenge the killer. On the night of her murder, Margaret had stayed late at the office to finish typing a crucial brief for a court case. By the time she gathered her belongings and headed for the tram stop, it was nearly 8:30 p.m., much later than her usual departure time. The streets were darker, more deserted, and filled with longer shadows that seemed to reach out like grasping fingers. Thomas had been waiting near the law firm, growing increasingly agitated as the hours passed without sight of his target. He had expected her to follow her normal routine, and the deviation filled him with a rage that would make his attack even more savage than his first kill. When Margaret finally emerged from the building, his pent-up frustration exploded into a fury that would manifest itself in ways too horrific to fully comprehend. Margaret sensed something was wrong almost immediately. As she walked toward the tram stop, she became aware of footsteps behind her that seemed to match her pace exactly. When she slowed down, the footsteps slowed. When she quickened her pace, they quickened too. Her heart began to race as the reality of her situation became clear. She was being followed. Unlike Betty, who had been caught off guard by Thomas's initial attack, Margaret had precious seconds to prepare. She clutched her purse tighter, mentally cataloging its contents for anything that might serve as a weapon. Her keys, a small nail file, a heavy glass perfume bottle. Not much, but perhaps enough to create an opportunity to escape. The tram stop was just 2 blocks away, but it might as well have been on the other side of the world. Margaret forced herself to maintain a steady pace, not wanting to let her pursuer know that she was aware of his presence. But inside, her mind was racing with terror and the desperate need to survive. Thomas could sense her fear, and it excited him beyond measure. The anticipation was even sweeter this time because he knew what was coming. The struggle, the screams, the intoxicating moment when life would fade from another pair of beautiful eyes. He reached into his jacket and felt the familiar weight of the knife he had used to kill Betty Shanks. He hadn't cleaned it completely. Traces of his first victim's blood still stained the blade, a sick trophy that connected his kills. When Margaret turned down a narrow side street that would serve as a shortcut to the tram stop, Thomas knew his moment had arrived. The street was lined with warehouses and small businesses that stood empty and dark in the evening hours. There were no streetlights, no witnesses, no hope of rescue. He moved with the swift precision of a predator who had learned from experience. This time, there would be no chase, no opportunity for his victim to escape or call for help. Thomas closed the distance between them in 3 quick strides and struck Margaret in the back of the head with a metal pipe he had concealed in his coat. The blow sent her crashing to the ground, her consciousness flickering like a dying candle. But Margaret Thompson was tougher than Thomas had anticipated. Despite the devastating blow to her skull, She retained enough awareness to understand what was happening. As Thomas knelt beside her and reached for his knife, Margaret summoned every ounce of strength she had left and drove her keys directly into his face, the sharp edges raking across his cheek and drawing blood. Thomas roared in pain and fury, his hand flying to his wounded face. In that moment of distraction, Margaret rolled away and tried to get to her feet, but her head injury had affected her balance and coordination. She stumbled and fell, giving Thomas the opportunity to recover from her desperate counterattack. The fact that she had wounded him, that she had dared to fight back and draw his blood, sent Thomas into a rage that far exceeded what he had felt with Betty Shanks. This was personal now, and his retaliation would be correspondingly brutal. The knife came down again and again, but this time Thomas didn't aim for quick, fatal wounds. Instead, he inflicted cuts designed to cause maximum pain while keeping Margaret conscious as long as possible. He sliced across her arms, her legs, her torso, shallow wounds that bled profusely but weren't immediately fatal. He wanted her to suffer as he had suffered when her keys raked across his face. Margaret's screams echoed off the empty warehouse walls, but there was no one to hear them except her killer. She begged for mercy, promised him money if he would spare her life, even offered to do whatever he wanted if he would just stop hurting her. But Thomas was beyond reason now, lost in a frenzy of violence that was as much about his own pain as it was about inflicting death. When he finally delivered the killing blow, a deep thrust to Margaret's heart, Thomas felt a satisfaction that even exceeded his first kill. The struggle had been longer, more intense, and ultimately more rewarding. As Margaret's blood pooled beneath her body, mixing with the dirt and debris of the alley, Thomas realized that he had found his true calling. But the killer had also learned something else from Margaret Thompson's murder. Victims who fought back made the experience more thrilling. The danger, the challenge, the possibility that he might be wounded or caught in the act. It all added to the intoxicating rush of taking a life. From this point forward, Thomas would specifically target women who he believed would put up a fight, turning each murder into a deadly game that fed his growing appetite for violence. The discovery of Margaret's body the next morning sent fresh waves of terror through Brisbane. The similarities to Betty Shanks' murder were unmistakable. The brutal knife wounds, the isolated location, the evidence of a prolonged struggle. But there were also differences that suggested the killer was evolving, becoming more savage and sophisticated with each attack. Detective Inspector Glancy stood over Margaret's corpse with a growing sense of dread. Two young women, both brutally murdered within months of each other, both killed by someone who seemed to take sadistic pleasure in inflicting pain. The pattern was becoming clear, and it pointed to a serial killer who was just getting started. The medical examiner's report on Margaret Thompson painted an even more disturbing picture than Betty Shanks' murder. Where Betty had been killed relatively quickly, Margaret had been tortured before her death. The killer had taken his time, inflicting dozens of non-fatal wounds before finally ending her life. It was the work of someone who was learning to savor the act of killing, someone who was developing an increasingly sophisticated understanding of how to maximize his victim's suffering. News of the second murder spread through Brisbane like a disease, infecting every conversation and poisoning the city's sense of security. The newspapers dubbed the unknown killer the Brisbane Butcher, and his crimes became the subject of horrified speculation in homes, offices, and gathering places throughout the city. But Thomas wasn't finished. Margaret Thompson's murder had taught him valuable lessons about victim selection, attack methodology, and the intoxicating power of prolonged violence. As he walked the streets of Brisbane in the days following her death, he was already identifying his next target and planning an attack that would surpass both previous murders in its savage brutality. The hunter had refined his craft, and Brisbane's nightmare was about to get much worse. By the sweltering summer of 1952, Alfred Arthur Thomas had transformed from a tentative killer into a methodical predator whose hunger for blood seemed to grow with each life he claimed. The murders of Betty Shanks and Margaret Thompson had been his apprenticeship in death, teaching him the dark arts of stalking, overpowering, and slowly destroying human life. But what came next would elevate him from a mere killer to something far more terrifying, a true architect of agony whose very name would become synonymous with evil. Brisbane was now a city paralyzed by fear. Women refused to venture out alone after dark. Businesses closed earlier, and an oppressive atmosphere of dread hung over the community like a toxic fog. Parents walked their adult children to work. Husbands drove their wives everywhere. And even the police seemed powerless against the shadow stalker who struck without warning and vanished without a trace. But the killer was far from invisible to those who knew how to look. Thomas had begun to exhibit a dangerous overconfidence that came from his string of successful murders. He frequented local pubs and cafes, listening to conversations about his crimes with barely concealed satisfaction. When people spoke in hushed, terrified tones about the Brisbane butcher, Thomas would smile inwardly, knowing that he was the source of their nightmares. Detective Inspector Jim Glancy had assembled a task force of 12 detectives dedicated solely to catching the serial killer. They had established patterns, created profiles, and even brought in experts from Sydney and Melbourne to assist with the investigation. But Thomas remained one step ahead, partially due to his careful planning and partially due to the primitive forensic techniques available in 1952. What the police didn't know was that Thomas had been studying them as intently as they had been hunting him. He had identified several detectives working the case and had even followed them home on occasion, learning their routines and habits. In his twisted mind, the investigators were just another type of prey, and he fantasized about what it would be like to turn hunter into hunted. The killer's third victim was selected with chilling precision. Her name was Dorothy Williams, a 19-year-old nursing student who had recently moved to Brisbane from a small rural town. Dorothy was everything Thomas found irresistible: young, innocent, and completely unaware of the evil that had been stalking the city's streets. More importantly, she lived alone in a small flat near the hospital where she was training, making her the perfect target for the killer's evolving methods. Thomas had been watching Dorothy for nearly 2 weeks, studying her schedule with the obsessive attention of a predator preparing for the perfect kill. He knew that she worked late shifts at the hospital 3 nights a week, that she always stopped at the same corner shop to buy milk and bread on her way home, and that she took the same route through a poorly lit residential area where she would be completely vulnerable. But Dorothy Williams would represent more than just another victim for Thomas. She would become the testing ground for new levels of sadistic creativity that would shock even hardened investigators. On the night of July 23, 1952, Dorothy finished her shift at Brisbane General Hospital at 11:45 p.m. She was exhausted after 12 hours of caring for patients, and all she wanted was to get home, have a cup of tea, and fall into bed. The last thing on her mind was the danger that lurked in the shadows outside the hospital. Thomas had positioned himself in the alley across from the hospital's main entrance, concealed behind a delivery truck that provided perfect cover. He had been waiting for over an hour, his anticipation building to a fever pitch as he imagined what he would do to Dorothy once he had her alone. This time, he had brought more than just a knife. He had prepared tools that would allow him to extend her suffering far beyond what he had inflicted on his previous victims. As Dorothy walked through the hospital's front doors, Thomas felt his pulse quicken. She looked even more vulnerable than usual, her slight frame dwarfed by her nurse's uniform, her blonde hair pulled back in a way that exposed the delicate curve of her neck. To Thomas, she might as well have been wearing a sign that said, "Victim." Dorothy made her usual stop at Murphy's Corner Shop, purchasing a small bottle of milk and a loaf of bread. The elderly shopkeeper, Mr. Murphy, would later tell police that she seemed tired but cheerful, asking about his grandchildren and commenting on how much she was learning at the hospital. It would be the last normal conversation Dorothy Williams would ever have. The attack came as Dorothy turned into Wickham Street, a poorly lit residential area that she had walked through dozens of times without incident. Thomas had been following her at a distance, waiting for her to reach the darkest section of the street where a broken streetlight created a pool of impenetrable shadows. But this time, Thomas didn't want to risk a prolonged chase or struggle in the street. He had learned from his previous kills that the most effective approach was to incapacitate his victim quickly and then move them to a location where he could take his time. For Dorothy Williams, he had selected an abandoned warehouse about 2 blocks from where he planned to capture her. The killer struck with swift, brutal efficiency. As Dorothy passed beneath the broken streetlight, Thomas emerged from his hiding place behind a hedge and struck her across the back of the head with a lead pipe wrapped in cloth to muffle the sound. Dorothy collapsed instantly, her groceries scattering across the pavement as consciousness fled from her body. Thomas quickly scooped up the unconscious nurse and carried her to the abandoned warehouse he had prepared earlier that evening. Inside, he had assembled what could only be described as a torture chamber: ropes, knives, pliers, and other implements of pain laid out with the methodical precision of a surgeon's instruments. This wouldn't be a quick kill like Betty Shanks or even a prolonged attack like Margaret Thompson. This would be something far worse, a systematic exploration of human suffering that would satisfy Thomas's growing appetite for cruelty. When Dorothy regained consciousness, she found herself bound hand and foot in a chair in the center of the warehouse. The space was illuminated by a single kerosene lamp that cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere of nightmare that matched the horror of her situation. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw Thomas standing before her, his face a mask of cold satisfaction. "Please," Dorothy whispered, her voice barely audible through her terror. "Please don't hurt me. I'm just a nursing student. I help people. I save lives." Thomas tilted his head, studying her with the detached interest of a scientist examining a specimen. "You help people," he repeated, his voice low and menacing. "How interesting. Tonight, you're going to help me too. You're going to help me understand exactly how much pain the human body can endure before it finally gives up." What followed over the next 4 hours was a systematic exploration of human suffering that defied comprehension. Thomas used every tool at his disposal to inflict pain on Dorothy, starting with small cuts and gradually escalating to more severe tortures. He would hurt her until she passed out from the pain, then wait for her to regain consciousness before beginning again. Dorothy's screams echoed through the empty warehouse, but the building was located in an industrial area where no one would hear her cries for help. Thomas had chosen the location carefully, ensuring that he could take as much time as he wanted without fear of interruption. The killer talked throughout the ordeal, describing in detail what he was doing and why he found it pleasurable. He told Dorothy about Betty Shanks and Margaret Thompson, describing their final moments with the enthusiasm of someone recounting a favorite movie. He explained how each victim had taught him something new about the art of killing, and how Dorothy would serve as his graduate course in human destruction. When Thomas finally ended Dorothy's life, with a knife thrust to her heart that came almost as a mercy after hours of unimaginable torture, he felt a satisfaction that transcended anything he had experienced before. This had been perfect, a masterpiece of sadistic creativity that represented the pinnacle of his dark evolution. But the killer's appetite was far from satisfied. If anything, the extended torture session with Dorothy Williams had awakened new hungers, new cravings for even more elaborate forms of violence. As he cleaned up the warehouse and disposed of Dorothy's body in a nearby creek, Thomas was already planning his next attack, envisioning scenarios that would push the boundaries of cruelty even further. The discovery of Dorothy's mutilated remains 3 days later sent shockwaves through Brisbane that dwarfed the reaction to the previous murders. The extent of torture she had endured was so severe that the medical examiner initially refused to release details to the press, fearing it would cause mass panic. When sanitized versions of the autopsy report finally emerged, they painted a picture of evil so profound that many people struggled to believe that one human being could inflict such suffering on another. Detective Inspector Glancy stood over Dorothy's body in the morgue, fighting back waves of nausea as he cataloged the dozens of wounds that covered her corpse. This wasn't just murder, it was systematic torture conducted by someone who had taken scientific pleasure in causing pain. The killer was escalating, becoming more sophisticated and more savage with each attack. The police investigation intensified to unprecedented levels. Additional detectives were brought in from across Queensland. Rewards were offered for information, and a massive manhunt was launched throughout the Brisbane metropolitan area. But Thomas remained a ghost, a shadow that struck without warning and vanished without a trace. News of Dorothy's murder spread beyond Brisbane to the national media. Newspapers across Australia carried front-page stories about the Brisbane butcher, whose reign of terror had transformed a peaceful city into a hunting ground for human predators. The story captured the imagination of a horrified public, and Thomas began receiving mail from disturbed individuals who admired his work and wanted to emulate his crimes. But the killer's bloodlust was far from satisfied. Within 2 weeks of Dorothy's murder, Thomas had selected his fourth victim, a 21-year-old teacher named Patricia Hughes who worked at a primary school in the inner suburbs. Patricia was engaged to be married in 3 months, and she represented everything pure and hopeful that Thomas sought to destroy. The murder of Patricia Hughes on August 8, 1952, would prove to be Thomas's most brazen attack yet. Rather than stalking her for weeks, he struck just days after first identifying her as a target. Patricia was leaving the school where she taught when Thomas approached her in broad daylight, claiming that his car had broken down and asking if she could help him push it to a nearby service station. Patricia's natural kindness and desire to help others proved to be her downfall. She agreed to assist Thomas, not realizing that she was walking directly into the trap of a predator who had already planned every detail of her death. When they reached Thomas's car, which was parked in an isolated area behind the school, he struck her unconscious and bundled her into the trunk. Thomas drove Patricia to a remote cabin in the mountains outside Brisbane, a location he had prepared specifically for extended torture sessions. Over the next 2 days, he subjected her to horrors that exceeded even what he had inflicted on Dorothy Williams. The isolation of the cabin allowed him to experiment with new forms of cruelty, pushing the boundaries of human endurance while savoring every scream and plea for mercy. When Thomas finally killed Patricia Hughes, it was almost anticlimactic after the prolonged torture that had preceded it. But her death marked a turning point in his criminal evolution. He had now perfected his methods to such a degree that he could kidnap, torture, and kill with impunity, all while remaining completely undetected by law enforcement. The discovery of Patricia's body marked the beginning of true panic in Brisbane. For young women had now been brutally murdered by the same killer, each death more savage than the last. The city was no longer just afraid, it was terrified to the point of paralysis. But Thomas wasn't finished. His appetite for blood had become insatiable, and Brisbane would soon learn that the nightmare was far from over. The killer's fifth victim was selected with the cold calculation of a chess master planning his endgame. Her name was Helen Morrison, a 23-year-old librarian whose quiet demeanor and solitary habits made her the perfect target for Thomas's increasingly sophisticated hunting methods. Helen lived alone in a small cottage on the outskirts of Brisbane, surrounded by bushland that would provide perfect cover for the horrors Thomas was planning to inflict. Helen Morrison's murder on September 2, 1952, would represent the absolute pinnacle of Thomas's sadistic evolution. He had spent weeks preparing a makeshift dungeon in an abandoned mine shaft deep in the mountains, complete with restraints, torture devices, and soundproof walls that would allow him to extend his victim's suffering for days rather than hours. The abduction was flawlessly executed. Thomas had been studying Helen's routine for 3 weeks, noting that she always stayed late at the library on Friday evenings to organize the weekend book displays. When she finally locked up the building at nearly 10 p.m., Thomas was waiting in the shadows with chloroform and rope, ready to begin what would become the most prolonged and savage torture session of his murderous career. For 5 days, Helen Morrison endured unimaginable suffering in Thomas's underground chamber of horrors. The killer had prepared meticulously, bringing enough food and water to sustain both himself and his victim while he conducted his systematic exploration of human pain tolerance. He documented everything in a journal, recording Helen's reactions to different forms of torture with the clinical detachment of a researcher conducting a scientific experiment. When Helen Morrison finally died, her body broken and her spirit crushed after days of unspeakable torture, Thomas felt a dark satisfaction that transcended anything he had experienced before. He had achieved perfection in the art of human destruction, creating a masterpiece of suffering that would have impressed even the most sadistic killers in history. The discovery of Helen's remains nearly drove Detective Inspector Glancy to madness. The torture chamber in the mine shaft revealed the true depths of Thomas's depravity, showcasing implements of pain and torture devices that suggested a level of premeditation and sadistic creativity that defied comprehension. The killer had created detailed drawings of human anatomy, marking specific points where pain could be inflicted without causing immediate death, allowing him to maximize his victims' suffering. Brisbane was now a city in complete terror. 5 young women had been murdered with increasing brutality, and the killer seemed to be growing bolder and more savage with each attack. The police had no leads, no suspects, and no idea when or where the Brisbane butcher would strike next. But Thomas's reign of terror was about to reach its climax with a victim who would prove to be his ultimate challenge, and ultimately his downfall. The autumn of 1952 descended upon Brisbane like a funeral shroud, carrying with it the collective grief of a community that had lost all sense of safety and security. 5 young women had been brutally murdered by the shadow stalker who haunted the city's streets, and the investigation had reached a desperate impasse that left both police and civilians feeling helpless against the relentless predator. Alfred Arthur Thomas had reached the pinnacle of his dark evolution. The systematic torture and murder of Helen Morrison had satisfied his bloodlust in ways that exceeded his most depraved fantasies. But like any addiction, the high was temporary. Within days of Helen's death, the familiar hunger began gnawing at his consciousness, demanding fresh victims and new opportunities to explore the depths of human suffering. But Thomas had also grown dangerously overconfident. His string of successful kills had convinced him that he was untouchable, a superior predator operating in a world of helpless prey. This arrogance would prove to be his fatal flaw, leading him to take risks that would ultimately expose him to the justice he had evaded for so long. Detective Inspector Jim Glancy had not slept properly in weeks. The investigation consumed every waking moment of his life, haunting his dreams and poisoning his relationships with family and friends. He had assembled the largest task force in Queensland's history, bringing in experts from across Australia and even consulting with international investigators who had dealt with similar serial killers. But despite their best efforts, the Brisbane butcher remained a phantom, striking without warning and vanishing without a trace. The pressure from the media and public was becoming unbearable. Newspapers ran daily editorials demanding action. Politicians called for Glancy's resignation, and terrified citizens organized vigilante groups to patrol their neighborhoods. The detective knew that if he didn't catch the killer soon, Brisbane would descend into complete chaos. What Glancy didn't know was that the break he desperately needed was about to come from an unexpected source: the killer's own twisted psychology. Thomas had become obsessed with the police investigation, spending hours reading newspaper coverage and analyzing every public statement made by law enforcement. He knew the names of the detectives working the case, their backgrounds, and even their personal habits. In his diseased mind, he began to view the investigation as a game between himself and Glancy, a deadly contest of wits that excited him almost as much as killing. This obsession led Thomas to take increasingly bold risks. He began appearing at crime scenes after police had finished their investigations, studying the areas where he had committed his murders and imagining how the detectives had analyzed his work. He even attended public meetings where citizens discussed the murders, sitting in the back of community halls and listening to terrified residents share their fears about the Brisbane butcher. On one such occasion, Thomas made a fatal error. During a town hall meeting at the Fortitude Valley Community Center, he couldn't resist making comments about the investigation that revealed detailed knowledge of the crime scenes. Knowledge that only the killer or the police would possess. Detective Sergeant Robert Mitchell, who was attending the meeting in plain clothes to gauge public sentiment, noticed Thomas's inappropriate comments immediately. When Thomas accurately described the positioning of Dorothy Williams' body, details that had never been released to the public, Mitchell's suspicions were aroused enough to begin a discreet investigation. Over the following week, Mitchell quietly gathered information about the man who had made the suspicious comments. He learned that Thomas was a laborer with no fixed address, that he had been in Brisbane during all 5 murders, and that he had no solid alibis for any of the dates in question. Most damning of all, Mitchell discovered that Thomas had been asking detailed questions about the crime scenes to other community members, displaying a level of interest that went far beyond normal curiosity. But Mitchell knew that suspicion wasn't enough to make an arrest. He needed concrete evidence to link Thomas to the murders, and gathering that evidence would require careful planning and surveillance that couldn't alert the suspect to the investigation. Meanwhile, Thomas was preparing for what he intended to be his masterpiece, a sixth murder that would surpass all his previous kills in its complexity and brutality. He had selected his target with meticulous care, Detective Inspector Jim Glancy's own 19-year-old daughter, Sarah. The idea had first occurred to Thomas during one of his obsessive research sessions about the investigation. He had learned that Glancy had a daughter who attended university in Brisbane, and the twisted symbolism of killing the lead investigator's child appealed to his warped sense of irony. It would be the ultimate demonstration of his superiority, proof that even the man hunting him couldn't protect those he loved most. Thomas began stalking Sarah Glancy with the same methodical precision he had used to study his previous victims. He learned her class schedule, her part-time job at a bookstore, and her habit of taking evening walks through the botanical gardens near the university. Most importantly, he identified the perfect location for the abduction, a secluded path through the gardens that Sarah used as a shortcut to her dormitory. But Thomas's obsession with making Sarah Glancy his ultimate victim would prove to be his undoing. Detective Sergeant Mitchell had been conducting surveillance on Thomas for nearly 2 weeks, and he noticed the suspect's newfound interest in the university area. When Mitchell observed Thomas following a young woman who matched Sarah Glancy's description, he realized that the killer was escalating to a new level of audacity. Mitchell immediately contacted Detective Inspector Glancy and informed him of his suspicions. The news that his own daughter might be the killer's next target sent Glancy into a controlled fury that sharpened his focus to a razor's edge. This was no longer just about justice for the 5 women who had already died. It was about protecting his family and ending the nightmare that had consumed Brisbane. The trap was set with military precision. Sarah Glancy was moved to a safe house under protective custody, but a policewoman of similar build and appearance took her place, maintaining Sarah's routine while being protected by undercover officers positioned throughout the area. Every detail of the operation was planned to give Thomas the opportunity to make his move while ensuring that he would be captured alive. On the evening of October 15, 1952, Alfred Arthur Thomas prepared to claim what he believed would be his greatest victim. He had assembled his most sophisticated torture kit yet, including devices he had specially crafted for what he intended to be a prolonged session of agony that would last for weeks rather than days. In his twisted mind, he was about to create the ultimate masterpiece of human suffering. Thomas positioned himself along Sarah's usual route through the botanical gardens, concealed behind a large tree that provided perfect cover for the ambush he had planned. His heart pounded with anticipation as he imagined Detective Inspector Glancy's reaction when he discovered his daughter's mutilated body and realized that the Brisbane butcher had claimed his most personal victory. When the figure he believed to be Sarah Glancy appeared on the path, Thomas felt a surge of dark satisfaction that exceeded anything he had experienced before. This would be perfect, the culmination of months of planning and the ultimate demonstration of his superiority over the law enforcement officers who had failed to catch him. Thomas stepped out from behind the tree and moved toward his intended victim with the confident stride of a predator who had never failed to claim his prey. But as he raised the chloroform-soaked cloth that would render his victim unconscious, powerful hands seized him from behind and slammed him to the ground with bone-jarring force. "Police, you're under arrest for the murder of Betty Shanks." Detective Inspector Glancy's voice cut through the night air like a sword, filled with all the rage and determination that had been building inside him for months. Thomas struggled wildly as multiple officers converged on his position, but it was futile. The trap had been perfectly executed, and the Brisbane butcher's reign of terror was finally at an end. As handcuffs clicked around his wrists, Thomas felt a crushing sense of disbelief that his perfect streak of murders had been broken by the very man whose daughter he had planned to kill. The arrest of Alfred Arthur Thomas sent waves of relief through Brisbane that could almost be felt in the air. After months of terror, the city could finally sleep peacefully knowing that the monster who had stalked their streets was behind bars. Church bells rang throughout the metropolitan area, neighbors embraced in the streets, and parents finally allowed their children to walk freely without fear. But the investigation into Thomas's crimes was far from over. Detectives spent weeks searching his various hideouts and safe houses, uncovering evidence that revealed the true scope of his depravity. They found journals filled with detailed descriptions of torture techniques, photographs of his victims in their final moments, and even trophies he had taken from each murder scene. The most disturbing discovery was Thomas's research library, a collection of books, articles, and handwritten notes about torture methods, serial killers, and human anatomy that revealed the methodical way he had educated himself in the art of causing pain. He had studied historical torturers, medical texts about pain response, and even correspondence with other disturbed individuals who shared his interests. During his interrogation, Thomas showed no remorse for his crimes. In fact, he spoke about his victims with the detached enthusiasm of an artist describing his greatest works. He provided detailed confessions for all 5 murders, describing each killing with such precision that investigators were left with no doubt about his guilt. Thomas explained that he had chosen his victims based on what he called their potential for suffering. Young, innocent women who would experience maximum terror when they realized what was happening to them. He described the murders as educational experiences that had taught him about human nature and the limits of physical endurance. When asked why he had committed such horrific crimes, Thomas simply stated that he had discovered his true purpose in life. He felt no guilt, no regret, and no sympathy for the families he had destroyed. In his twisted mind, he was a pioneer who had explored territory that few humans had ever experienced. The trial of Alfred Arthur Thomas began on January 12, 1953, and became the most closely followed criminal proceeding in Australian history. The courtroom was packed daily with journalists, legal observers, and family members of the victims who had waited months to see justice served. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. In addition to Thomas's detailed confessions, they presented physical evidence linking him to each crime scene, testimony from witnesses who had seen him stalking his victims, and expert analysis of his torture methods that left no doubt about his guilt. Thomas's defense attorney attempted to argue that his client was insane, incapable of understanding the nature of his crimes due to severe mental illness. But the methodical planning of the murders, the sophisticated torture techniques, and Thomas's ability to evade capture for months all argued against a finding of legal insanity. The most powerful testimony came from the victims' families, who described the devastating impact the murders had on their lives. Betty Shank's mother spoke through tears about her daughter's dreams of traveling the world and starting a family. Margaret Thompson's fiancé described how he still woke up every morning expecting to see her face beside him. Dorothy Williams' parents had aged decades in the months since their daughter's murder, their faith in humanity shattered by the knowledge of what she had endured. When the jury returned their verdict after less than 2 hours of deliberation, the foreman's voice was steady and clear: guilty on all counts of murder in the first degree. The judge, in passing sentence, described Thomas's crimes as among the most heinous ever committed in Australian history. He sentenced the killer to death by hanging, stating that no other punishment could adequately reflect the severity of his crimes or provide the justice that his victims deserved. Alfred Arthur Thomas was executed on March 3, 1953, at Bago Road Jail in Brisbane. He showed no remorse in his final moments, refusing to see a priest or make any statement of apology to the families of his victims. According to witnesses, his last words were a chilling prediction that others would follow in his footsteps and that his research into human suffering would inspire future killers. The execution of the Brisbane butcher brought a sense of closure to a community that had been traumatized by months of terror. But the scars left by his crimes would never fully heal. The families of his 5 victims would carry their grief for the rest of their lives, forever changed by the knowledge that such evil could exist in the world. Detective Inspector Jim Glancy retired from the police force 6 months after Thomas's execution, unable to continue working in law enforcement after witnessing the depths of human depravity that the case had revealed. He spent his remaining years advocating for victims' rights and helping to establish support systems for families affected by violent crime. The case of Alfred Arthur Thomas became a watershed moment in Australian criminal history, leading to changes in police investigative techniques, victim support services, and public safety protocols. His crimes were studied by criminologists and law enforcement agencies around the world, serving as a grim reminder of the evil that can lurk behind the most ordinary facades. Brisbane slowly healed from the trauma of the Thomas murders, but the city was forever changed by the experience. The innocence and sense of security that had once characterized the community could never be fully restored. Parents remained more protective of their children. Women continued to take extra precautions when walking alone, and the memory of those terrifying months served as a constant reminder that monsters can walk among us, hidden behind masks of normalcy. Today, more than 70 years after the Brisbane Butcher's reign of terror, the case remains one of the most studied and analyzed serial killer investigations in Australian history. The methodical brutality of Thomas's crimes, combined with his ability to evade capture for months, established him as one of the country's most notorious criminals. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Thomas case is the way it demonstrated both the capacity for human evil and the power of justice to ultimately prevail. Despite the horror and suffering he inflicted, Alfred Arthur Thomas was ultimately brought to account for his crimes, providing a measure of justice for his victims and closure for a community that had lived in fear for too long. The shadow stalker of Brisbane had finally been dragged into the light, where his evil could be exposed and condemned by all who believed in justice and human dignity. The nightmare was over, but the memories would endure forever, serving as a stark reminder of the darkness that can exist within the human soul. Story 5: The Exeter Nightmare, the murder of Kate Bushell. In the darkness of a November evening in 1997, something sinister prowled the streets of Exeter. A predator with ice-cold calculation and an insatiable hunger for violence had already begun his reign of terror. What happened to 14-year-old Kate Bushell on that fateful night would expose a monster hiding in plain sight. A killer whose brutality knew no boundaries, whose methods were so savage they would haunt investigators for decades. This is not just the story of one murder. This is the terrifying chronicle of a serial predator who turned the quiet countryside of Devon into his personal hunting ground, where no woman was safe, where every shadow concealed potential death, and where a teenage girl's final moments would become the key to unmasking one of Britain's most vicious killers. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of human depravity. Tonight, we confront the monster who stalked, tortured, and destroyed innocent lives with methodical precision. This is the story of Kate Bushell and the nightmare that consumed Exeter. The rain hammered against the windows of suburban Exeter like skeletal fingers clawing desperately at glass. November 15, 1997, had dawned gray and foreboding, as if nature herself sensed the evil that would soon unfold in the seemingly peaceful Devon countryside. The wind howled through the bare branches of ancient oaks, carrying with it whispers of malevolence that would soon manifest in the most horrific way imaginable. Kate Bushell was 14 years old, a bright, vivacious teenager whose infectious laughter could light up any room. With her sandy blonde hair and sparkling eyes, she embodied everything pure and innocent in a world that was about to reveal its darkest face. She lived with her loving family in the village of Exwick, just outside Exeter, where neighbors still left their doors unlocked and children played freely in the streets. It was a place where evil was supposed to be a distant concept, confined to newspaper headlines from faraway cities. But evil doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It doesn't wear a mask or carry a sign. Sometimes, it wears the face of someone you'd pass on the street without a second glance. Sometimes, it drives a van through quiet neighborhoods, hunting for prey with the patience of a spider waiting for a fly to stumble into its web. On that cursed Saturday evening, Kate had planned to visit her boyfriend, a 17-year-old named Luke who lived just a few miles away in the village of Burrator. It should have been a simple journey, a pleasant walk through the countryside that Kate had made countless times before. The path she chose wound through Dartmoor National Park, a landscape of breathtaking beauty that had inspired poets and painters for centuries. Ancient stone circles dotted the moorland like sentinels from a forgotten age, while twisted trees stood guard over secrets buried deep in the peat. As darkness crept across the moor like spilled ink, Kate set out on what would become her final journey. She wore a dark jacket and jeans, carrying a small backpack containing the simple treasures of teenage life: makeup, a few pounds, and dreams of a future that would never come to pass. Her parents had kissed her goodbye at the door, watching with the casual affection of those who assume their child will return safely home. They had no way of knowing that a monster was already circling, that death was stalking their daughter with methodical precision. The predator had been hunting for weeks. His van, a nondescript vehicle that blended seamlessly into the rural landscape, had been spotted numerous times in the area, though no one had yet connected its presence to the growing sense of unease that had begun to settle over the local community. He was methodical, patient, studying his hunting ground with the dedication of a scholar and the cold calculation of a killer. This wasn't his first victim. The monster had already tasted blood, had already discovered the intoxicating rush of absolute power over another human being. He had refined his methods through previous attacks, learning what worked and what didn't, perfecting his technique like a craftsman honing his art. But this time would be different. This time, he would cross a line from which there could be no return. Kate was approximately halfway along the moorland path when she encountered him. The exact details of their first meeting remained shrouded in the darkness that consumed that terrible night, but forensic evidence would later paint a picture of unimaginable horror. The killer had likely approached her under some pretext, perhaps offering a ride due to the worsening weather, or claiming to be lost and in need of directions. Kate, raised in a community where helping strangers was considered a virtue, would have had no reason to suspect the evil that lurked behind his seemingly ordinary facade. What happened next defied comprehension. The monster revealed his true nature with savage brutality that spoke to depths of depravity most humans cannot fathom. This was not a crime of passion or a moment of lost control. This was calculated, methodical violence inflicted by someone who derived pleasure from the suffering of others. The attack was vicious beyond description. Kate fought desperately for her life, her screams lost in the howling wind that swept across the desolate moorland. She clawed and kicked, using every ounce of strength in her young body to escape the nightmare that had suddenly engulfed her. But she was no match for the monster who had planned this moment with meticulous care. The killer's method of operation revealed a pattern that would become his signature, a calling card of cruelty that investigators would later recognize in other attacks. He used a weapon that inflicted maximum damage while ensuring his victims prolonged suffering. Every wound was deliberate, every injury calculated to cause the greatest possible agony while keeping his victim conscious and aware of their fate. Kate's ordeal lasted far longer than any human being should ever have to endure. The killer took his time, savoring every moment of her terror, feeding off her pain like a vampire gorging on blood. He was methodical in his brutality, ensuring that she experienced every possible form of suffering before he finally allowed death to claim her. When it was over, when Kate's brave heart finally stopped beating, the monster didn't simply flee the scene. He took trophies, personal items that would serve as sick mementos of his conquest. This behavior marked him as a serial offender, someone who had killed before and would kill again unless stopped. The taking of trophies indicated a level of psychological perversion that went far beyond simple murder. This was someone who needed to relive his crimes, who derived ongoing pleasure from the memory of his victim's final moments. The killer then disposed of Kate's body with the same cold calculation he had used in her murder. He chose a location that was remote yet discoverable, suggesting a desire for his handiwork to eventually be found. This wasn't about hiding his crime. It was about displaying it, about sending a message to the community that nowhere was safe, that no one was beyond his reach. Hours passed before Kate's absence was noticed. Her boyfriend Luke waited anxiously for her arrival, calling her home when she failed to appear at the expected time. Kate's parents initially assumed she had simply decided to stay the night, a reasonable explanation that provided temporary comfort. But as the hours stretched into the next morning with no word from their daughter, a cold dread began to settle in their hearts. The search began at dawn on November 16th. Local police, aided by volunteers from the community, spread out across the moorland in a desperate attempt to find Kate. The weather had worsened overnight, with heavy rain washing away potential evidence and making the search treacherous. Rescue dogs struggled through the boggy terrain while helicopters circled overhead, their searchlights cutting through the gloom like accusatory fingers pointing towards some hidden truth. It was a local farmer who made the discovery that would shatter a community's innocence forever. Following his dog, which had been acting strangely near a copse of ancient trees, he stumbled upon a sight that would haunt him for the rest of his days. Kate's body lay broken and discarded like a rag doll, her young life snuffed out by a monster who felt no remorse, no human emotion beyond the twisted satisfaction of his own perverse desires. The crime scene was a testament to the killer's depravity. Every detail spoke to the methodical nature of his assault, the calculated cruelty with which he had tortured an innocent child. Forensic experts who had investigated countless homicides found themselves struggling to maintain their professional composure in the face of such overwhelming brutality. Detective Inspector Sarah Morrison, a 20-year veteran of Devon and Cornwall police, took charge of the investigation. She had seen the worst of human nature during her career, had stared into the abyss of human depravity more times than she cared to count. But nothing had prepared her for the sheer malevolence evident in Kate Bushell's murder. This wasn't just a killing, Morrison would later tell her colleagues. This was a statement. This was someone announcing to the world that they had moved beyond the boundaries of human decency, that they were operating by rules that exist only in the darkest corners of the human psyche. The autopsy revealed the full extent of Kate's suffering. The pathologist, Dr. James Whitfield, had performed hundreds of postmortems during his career, but Kate's case would remain forever burned in his memory. The wounds inflicted upon her young body told a story of prolonged torture that spoke to a level of sadism rarely encountered even in the world of violent crime. The injuries were extensive and deliberate, Dr. Whitfield reported to the investigation team. This perpetrator took his time. He wanted his victim to suffer, and he had the knowledge to ensure that suffering continued for as long as possible before death finally provided escape. The weapon used in the attack was identified as a large knife, possibly a hunting or military-style blade. The killer had wielded it with surgical precision, targeting areas that would cause maximum pain while avoiding immediately fatal wounds. This suggested either medical knowledge or extensive experience in torture techniques, a chilling revelation that pointed to someone who had refined their methods through practice. But perhaps most disturbing was the evidence of the killer's behavior after Kate's death. The positioning of her body, the removal of certain items of clothing, and the taking of personal belongings all indicated a perpetrator who derived ongoing pleasure from his victims' suffering even after their death. This was someone who would relive the murder repeatedly, someone for whom Kate's death was not an end but a beginning. News of Kate's murder spread through Exeter like wildfire. Parents clutched their children closer. Doors that had remained unlocked for generations were suddenly bolted shut, and a community that had prided itself on its safety found itself gripped by a terror that seemed to lurk around every corner. The local media descended upon Exwick like vultures, hungry for details about the crime that had shattered the peace of rural Devon. Headlines screamed of the Dartmoor killer and the monster of Exeter, as journalists struggled to capture the magnitude of evil that had been unleashed upon their community. But Kate's family faced a horror that no parent should ever have to endure. Her mother, Linda, collapsed upon hearing the news, her world crumbling around her like sand through desperate fingers. Her father, David, stood silent and broken, unable to comprehend how their bright, beautiful daughter had become the victim of such unspeakable cruelty. She was just 14, Linda whispered through tears that would never truly stop flowing. She was just a baby. How could someone do this to a child? What kind of monster? Her words trailed off into silence, because there were no words adequate to describe the evil that had claimed their daughter's life. Kate had been more than a victim. She had been a beloved daughter, a cherished sister, a friend whose absence would leave a void that could never be filled. As the investigation expanded, detectives began to uncover evidence that Kate's murder was not an isolated incident. Similar attacks had been reported across Devon and Cornwall over the preceding months, all bearing the same hallmarks of calculated brutality and sadistic pleasure. The killer had been active for far longer than anyone had realized, stalking the countryside like a wolf among sheep, selecting his victims with careful deliberation. The pattern that emerged was terrifying in its consistency. The killer targeted young women and girls, preferring isolated locations where screams would go unheard and evidence could be more easily concealed or destroyed. He struck during hours of darkness, using the cover of night to approach his victims undetected. Most chilling of all, he seemed to derive genuine pleasure from their terror, prolonging their suffering for his own sick gratification. Each attack had been more brutal than the last, suggesting a predator who was escalating his violence with each successive crime. Kate's murder represented the culmination of this escalation, a level of savagery that crossed every possible boundary of human decency. Detective Inspector Morrison assembled a task force of the region's most experienced investigators, drawing on resources from across the Southwest to hunt down the monster who had claimed Kate's life. They worked 18-hour days, following up on hundreds of leads, interviewing thousands of potential witnesses, and slowly building a profile of their quarry. "We're dealing with someone who has moved beyond the realm of ordinary criminal behavior," Morrison told her team during one of their daily briefings. "This is someone who has become addicted to violence, who needs to inflict suffering in order to feel alive. He will kill again, and he will continue to escalate until we stop him." The psychological profile that emerged painted a picture of a predator who was both highly intelligent and utterly without conscience. He was likely someone who appeared normal to those around him, who might even be considered charming or charismatic by his neighbors and colleagues. But beneath this facade lurked a monster who viewed other human beings as nothing more than objects to be used for his twisted pleasure. As November gave way to December, the investigation continued to expand. Forensic experts combed through every piece of evidence collected from the crime scene, searching for the tiny clue that might lead them to Kate's killer. Meanwhile, the community remained gripped by fear, unable to shake the knowledge that somewhere among them walked a monster who had already claimed one innocent life and was almost certainly planning to claim another. The killer, meanwhile, remained hidden in plain sight, savoring the memory of Kate's final moments while already beginning to plan his next attack. He felt no remorse for what he had done, no human emotion that might serve as a brake on his escalating violence. Kate's murder had only whetted his appetite for blood, and somewhere in the darkness of rural Devon, another potential victim was already in his sights. The shadow had fallen across Exeter, and it would not lift until justice was finally served. But that justice would come at a terrible cost, paid in the blood of innocents who had the misfortune to cross paths with a monster who had abandoned every vestige of humanity in his pursuit of twisted pleasure. Kate's story was far from over. Her death would become the catalyst that would eventually expose one of Britain's most dangerous serial killers, but not before that monster claimed more victims in his relentless quest for blood and suffering. The forensic laboratory in Exeter hummed with quiet intensity as specialists worked around the clock to extract every possible clue from Kate Bushell's murder scene. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, evidence bags containing fragments of Kate's final moments lay arranged with clinical precision on steel tables. Each item told part of a story too horrific for most minds to fully comprehend. The story of a monster who had perfected his craft through repeated practice on innocent victims. Dr. Elizabeth Chun, the chief forensic pathologist for Devon and Cornwall Police, had seen enough death to fill several lifetimes. Her steady hands had examined the victims of car accidents, domestic violence, and drug overdoses. She had studied the remains of those claimed by natural disasters and industrial accidents. But Kate Bushell's autopsy would haunt her professional nightmares for years to come. The level of methodical brutality is unlike anything I've encountered, Dr. Chun confided to Detective Inspector Morrison during one of their late-night evidence reviews. This perpetrator didn't just want to kill. He wanted to inflict maximum psychological trauma. Every wound was calculated, every injury designed to prolong suffering while maintaining consciousness. This speaks to someone with either extensive medical knowledge or considerable experience in torture techniques. The weapon analysis revealed even more disturbing details. The killer had used what appeared to be a military-style combat knife with a 7-inch serrated blade. The pattern of wounds indicated that he had wielded it with surgical precision, targeting nerve clusters and pressure points with an expertise that suggested extensive anatomical knowledge. Most chilling of all, the sequence of injuries showed that Kate had remained conscious throughout most of her ordeal, aware and terrified as her tormentor methodically destroyed her young body. But Kate's murder was not occurring in isolation. As the investigation deepened, Detective Inspector Morrison's team began connecting threads that painted a picture of escalating horror stretching back over 18 months. The monster who had claimed Kate's life had been stalking the countryside of Devon and Cornwall like a malevolent specter, leaving a trail of broken bodies and shattered lives in his wake. The first confirmed attack had occurred in May 1996, near the village of Bovey Tracy. 22-year-old Amanda Phillips had been walking home from her evening shift at a local pub when something emerged from the shadows of the narrow country lane. Amanda had survived the initial assault, but her physical and psychological wounds would never fully heal. Her attacker had used the same methodical brutality later employed in Kate's murder, the same calculated cruelty designed to maximize suffering. "He came out of nowhere," Amanda had told investigators, her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to relive the nightmare. "I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned around, the lane was empty. Then suddenly he was there, right in front of me, with this horrible smile on his face. He looked excited, like he was about to open a present he'd been waiting for." Amanda's description of her attacker had provided the investigation team with their first detailed profile of the killer. Medium height, average build, unremarkable features that could belong to any man you might pass on the street. But it was his eyes that Amanda remembered most clearly. Cold, emotionless orbs that reflected no human warmth or compassion. His eyes were like a shark's, she recalled, shuddering at the memory. Dead. Completely dead. There was nothing human in them at all. The attack on Amanda had followed a pattern that would become sickeningly familiar to investigators. The killer had approached his victim in an isolated location, far from potential help. He had used surprise to overwhelm her initial resistance, then employed restraints to render her helpless. What followed was a systematic torture session that seemed designed as much for his psychological gratification as for any physical objective. Amanda's injuries had been extensive and deliberate. The knife wounds were concentrated in areas that would cause maximum pain while avoiding immediately fatal damage to vital organs. He had carved symbols into her skin, primitive markings that suggested some form of ritualistic significance to the attacks. Most disturbing of all, he had whispered throughout the assault, describing in graphic detail what he was going to do to her and expressing his enjoyment of her terror. "He kept talking," Amanda remembered, her hands shaking as she gave her statement. "He told me how much he was enjoying my screams, how beautiful I looked when I was afraid. He said I was perfect, that fear made women perfect. He said I wasn't his first and I wouldn't be his last." Amanda had survived only because a passing motorist had noticed her attacker's van parked in the lane and decided to investigate. The killer had fled into the darkness, leaving his victim broken but alive. Amanda's survival had provided investigators with crucial evidence, but it had also revealed the true depth of the monster's depravity. The psychological profile that emerged from Amanda's testimony painted a picture of a serial predator who was rapidly escalating his violence. Dr. Marcus Hartley, a criminal psychologist brought in to assist the investigation, analyzed the attack patterns with growing alarm. "We're dealing with someone who has developed an addiction to inflicting suffering," Dr. Hartley explained to the investigation team. "The ritualistic elements of the attacks, the specific targeting of young women, the methodical torture techniques, all of these point to someone who has moved beyond ordinary criminal behavior into the realm of pure sadism." But Amanda's attack was just the beginning. As investigators dug deeper into unsolved cases across the Southwest, a pattern of horror began to emerge that stretched back even further than they had initially realized. The monster had been active for years, honing his techniques, escalating his violence, leaving a trail of terror that authorities had failed to connect until now. In August 1996, 3 months after Amanda's assault, 18-year-old Sarah Morrison, no relation to the detective inspector, had disappeared while hitchhiking near Plymouth. Her body was discovered 2 weeks later in a remote section of Dartmoor, bearing injuries that matched the pattern established in Amanda's attack. But Sarah's ordeal had been even more prolonged, even more savage than what Amanda had endured. The autopsy revealed that Sarah had been held captive for several days before her death. During that time, she had been subjected to systematic torture that defied human comprehension. The killer had carved an entire alphabet of symbols into her skin, turning her body into a canvas for his twisted artistry. Her fingernails had been removed one by one, her bones broken in precise locations that would cause maximum agony while keeping her conscious. Sarah's case showed us that this perpetrator was evolving. Detective Inspector Morrison explained to her superiors. He was no longer content with quick kills. He wanted to extend the experience, to savor his victims suffering over days rather than hours. This represents a dangerous escalation that suggests future attacks will be even more prolonged and brutal. The killer's method of disposing of Sarah's body also revealed disturbing psychological traits. Rather than simply dumping her remains, he had arranged them in a specific pose that suggested ritualistic significance. Her arms were spread wide, her face turned toward the sky, her wounds displayed like badges of honor. This wasn't just disposal, it was exhibition. The killer wanted his handiwork to be found and admired. October 1996 brought another victim to the monster's growing collection. 20-year-old Jennifer Walsh, a university student from Exeter, had been abducted while walking across campus late one evening. Security cameras captured footage of her being approached by a figure in dark clothing, but the image quality was too poor to provide any identifying details. Jennifer's ordeal lasted even longer than Sarah's. Forensic evidence suggested she had been held captive for nearly a week before her death. During that time, the killer had subjected her to increasingly elaborate tortures, each session more creative and prolonged than the last. He had documented her suffering through photographs, creating a sick portfolio of her degradation and pain. The discovery of Jennifer's body marked a new level of depravity in the killer's evolution. He had left her remains in a public park, positioned so that children would be among the first to find her. This wasn't accidental. It was a deliberate choice designed to maximize trauma and psychological impact. The killer was no longer content with simply murdering his victims. He wanted to traumatize entire communities, to spread his evil like a virus through society. The positioning of Jennifer's body in a location frequented by families shows us that this perpetrator has moved beyond targeting individual victims, Dr. Hartley observed. He's now attacking society itself, trying to destroy the innocence of children who might stumble upon his displays. This represents a level of malevolence that goes far beyond ordinary serial killing. The investigation team worked frantically to identify connections between the victims, searching for any common thread that might lead them to their killer. But the monster had chosen his targets carefully, selecting women from different social circles, different age groups, different geographical areas. The only common denominators were their gender, their vulnerability, and their terrible fate. As winter settled over Devon and Cornwall in early 1997, the killer continued his reign of terror. March brought the disappearance of 16-year-old Lisa Hartwell, a bright student who vanished while walking home from her part-time job at a local grocery store. Her body was found 3 weeks later in an abandoned farmhouse, bearing signs of the most elaborate torture session yet. Lisa's murder represented another escalation in the killer's methodology. He had apparently held her captive in the farmhouse for 2 weeks, using the isolated location as his personal torture chamber. The building's walls were covered with photographs of his previous victims, creating a gallery of suffering that he could admire while he worked. Lisa had been forced to look at these images throughout her ordeal, to understand that she was part of a collection, that her death would contribute to his twisted legacy. The farmhouse also contained evidence that the killer was becoming more organized, more methodical in his approach. He had constructed elaborate restraint systems, soundproofing materials to muffle screams, and specialized tools designed specifically for torture. This wasn't the work of someone acting on impulse. This was the carefully planned operation of a predator who had turned killing into an art form. By summer 1997, the investigation had expanded to include resources from Scotland Yard and Interpol. The monster's crimes had attracted national attention, spawning headlines that spread fear far beyond the borders of Devon and Cornwall. Parents across the country clutched their children closer, and young women abandoned solitary walks that had once been considered perfectly safe. But the killer remained a shadow, a phantom who struck without warning and vanished without a trace. Despite the most intensive manhunt in the region's history, he continued to evade capture while escalating his violence with each successive attack. August 1997 brought the discovery of 19-year-old Michelle Carter's remains in a forest near Tavistock. Michelle's murder showed signs of the killer's most elaborate torture session yet, with evidence suggesting she had been held captive for nearly a month. Her body bore over 100 separate wounds, each inflicted with methodical precision, designed to maximize pain while avoiding fatal injury until the killer was ready to end her suffering. Michelle's case shows us that this perpetrator has achieved a level of expertise that allows him to keep victims alive and conscious for extended periods. Dr. Chun reported to the investigation team. He has learned to calibrate his torture sessions with scientific precision, knowing exactly how much damage he can inflict without causing death. This represents the skills of someone who has had extensive practice. September brought another victim, 17-year-old Emma Richardson, whose disappearance from a bus stop in Exeter made national news. Emma's body was never recovered, but evidence found at an abandoned warehouse suggested she had been held there for several weeks before being transported to another location. The killer was apparently becoming more cautious about disposal, possibly in response to the intensifying police investigation. The psychological profile of the killer continued to evolve as more evidence accumulated. Dr. Hartley painted a picture of a predator who had completely abandoned any vestige of human empathy, someone who viewed other people as nothing more than toys to be played with and broken at will. We're dealing with someone who has achieved a state of pure malevolence, Dr. Hartley explained to a gathering of law enforcement officials. This perpetrator has moved beyond the motivations that drive ordinary criminals. He doesn't kill for money, revenge, or even sexual gratification in the traditional sense. He kills because he has developed an addiction to absolute power over other human beings. The suffering of his victims has become his drug of choice. By the time Kate Bushell encountered the killer on that dark November night, he had already claimed at least 6 lives and left several other victims permanently traumatized. Each attack had been more brutal than the last, each murder more elaborate in its cruelty. Kate's death would represent the culmination of this escalation, a level of savagery that would finally provide investigators with the clues they needed to identify their quarry. But those clues would come at a terrible price, paid in the blood of an innocent girl whose only crime was being in the wrong place when a monster came hunting. Kate's murder would finally expose the full scope of the killer's reign of terror, but it would also demonstrate the depths of human evil that existed in the shadows of rural England. The blood trail was growing longer, and somewhere in the darkness, the monster was already planning his next strike. Time was running out for the investigation team, and for the innocent people who remained in the killer's sights. The race to stop him had become a matter of life and death, quite literally, for the women of Devon and Cornwall. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a grainy photograph taken by a tourist's camera 3 days before Kate Bushell's murder. Roger Hendricks, a retired accountant from Birmingham, had been photographing the ancient stone circles of Dartmoor when his lens inadvertently captured something far more sinister than prehistoric monuments. In the background of what should have been a scenic landscape shot, a dark Vensat parked near the edge of the moorland path that Kate would later walk to her death. Detective Inspector Morrison studied the photograph with the intensity of a surgeon examining an X-ray. The image was far from perfect. The van appeared as little more than a dark smudge against the heather-covered hillside, but it represented their first concrete lead in weeks of frustrating dead ends. Enhancement, Morrison ordered, sliding the photograph across the desk to the forensic imaging specialist. I want every pixel analyzed, every shadow explored. That van might be our ticket to catching this monster. The digital enhancement process took 48 hours of painstaking work, but the results sent shockwaves through the investigation team. The license plate, though partially obscured by mud and distance, was readable enough to generate a list of possible matches. More importantly, the van's distinctive profile, a commercial vehicle with specific roof modifications, narrowed the search parameters significantly. We're looking for a dark blue Ford Transit van, registration beginning with L4, Morrison announced to her assembled team, manufactured between 1993 and 1995, with what appears to be a custom roof rack system. Run every database we have access to, cross-reference with the geographical profile of our attacks, and prioritize any matches with male owners aged 25 to 45. But even as the investigation focused on identifying the van's owner, the killer was preparing for his next strike. The monster who had claimed Kate's life felt no pressure from the intensifying police manhunt. If anything, the attention seemed to energize him, feeding his narcissistic belief that he was playing a game of intellectual superiority with law enforcement. The psychological profile developed by Dr. Hartley had painted a picture of a predator who viewed the investigation as validation of his importance. Serial killers of this type often see themselves as artists, Dr. Hartley had explained. The police attention, the media coverage, the public fear, all of these serve as applause for their performance. The more resources devoted to catching them, the more significant they feel. This psychological insight proved prophetic when, just 10 days after Kate's murder, another young woman disappeared from the streets of Exeter. 21-year-old Claire Davidson had been walking home from her job at a local restaurant when she vanished into the November night. Her disappearance followed the same pattern as previous attacks: an isolated location, poor lighting, no witnesses to the abduction. But this time, the killer made a crucial mistake. In his growing arrogance, he had become careless about concealing his tracks. A traffic camera positioned at a nearby intersection captured footage of Claire's abduction, showing a dark van pulling alongside the sidewalk where she had been walking. The image quality was poor, but it was enough to confirm that the same vehicle photographed near Dartmoor was now directly linked to an abduction. The van database search had generated 47 possible matches across Devon and Cornwall. Detective Sergeant Paul Williams, Morrison's second-in-command, led a team of investigators in the systematic process of tracking down each registered owner. It was methodical, time-consuming work that required them to visit remote farms, construction companies, and small businesses scattered across hundreds of square miles of rural countryside. "We're looking for someone who appears completely normal," Morrison reminded her team during their daily briefing. "Our psychological profile suggests this individual has perfected the art of blending into society. He probably has a job, pays his taxes, and maintains the facade of respectability. The darkness only emerges when he's certain he won't be observed." The investigation took on added urgency with each passing hour that Claire remained missing. Previous patterns suggested that the killer held his victims captive for increasingly long periods, subjecting them to systematic torture before finally granting them the mercy of death. Every minute of delay potentially meant another minute of unimaginable suffering for the young woman who had become the monster's latest plaything. Vehicle number 31 on the list belonged to a 1994 Ford Transit van registered to Michael George Patterson, a 42-year-old maintenance worker employed by the Devon County Council. Patterson lived alone in a converted farmhouse outside the village of Chudley, roughly equidistant from all the locations where attacks had occurred. On paper, he appeared to be exactly the type of unremarkable individual who could move through society without attracting attention. Detective Constable Sarah Fielding and Detective Constable Mark Thompson were assigned to conduct the initial interview with Patterson. They drove through the Devon countryside on a gray December morning, past fields dotted with grazing sheep and ancient stone walls that had stood for centuries. The landscape possessed a timeless beauty that seemed impossible to reconcile with the evil that had been stalking these quiet lanes. Patterson's property was located at the end of a narrow country lane, surrounded by several acres of overgrown pasture that provided complete privacy from neighboring properties. The converted farmhouse was a substantial stone structure that had probably housed generations of farming families before Patterson acquired it. Outbuildings scattered around the property suggested multiple locations where someone could work undisturbed by prying eyes. The man who answered their knock appeared utterly ordinary. Michael Patterson was of average height and build, with thinning brown hair and mild blue eyes that seemed incapable of harboring dark secrets. He wore work clothes that were clean but well used, and his demeanor suggested someone who was accustomed to dealing with minor bureaucratic intrusions. "Officers," Patterson said with apparent surprise. "Is there some sort of problem?" Detective Constable Fielding studied Patterson's face carefully as she explained the reason for their visit. Years of experience had taught her to watch for the micro-expressions that often betrayed deception: the slight tightening around the eyes, the almost imperceptible tension in facial muscles, the forced quality of artificial surprise. "We're investigating a series of incidents in the area," Fielding explained. As part of our inquiry, we're speaking with owners of vehicles that match a description we've received. You own a dark blue Ford Transit van, registration L476XND. That's right, Patterson nodded. Had it about 3 years now. Use it for work, mostly. County Council issued it to me when I transferred to the maintenance department. Detective Constable Thompson made note of Patterson's response while discreetly scanning the visible portions of his property. The van in question was parked beside a large barn approximately 50 meters from the main house. Even at a distance, it appeared to match the profile captured in the enhanced photograph from Dartmoor. Would you mind if we took a look at the vehicle? Fielding asked. Just routine procedure, you understand. We're trying to eliminate possibilities so we can focus our investigation more effectively. For just an instant, less than a second, something flickered behind Patterson's mild blue eyes. It was gone so quickly that Fielding almost wondered if she had imagined it. But her instincts, honed by years of interrogating suspects, screamed that she had just glimpsed something predatory lurking beneath Patterson's carefully constructed facade. Of course, Patterson replied smoothly, though I should mention that it's been giving me some trouble lately. Engine problems. Haven't driven it in a week or so. This statement immediately raised red flags for both detectives. Claire Davidson had been abducted just 3 days earlier, well within Patterson's claimed period of mechanical difficulties. Either he was lying about the van's condition, or he had somehow managed the abduction using a different vehicle entirely. The walk to the barn provided Thompson with an opportunity to study the property more carefully. The outbuildings were in various states of repair, with one structure that appeared to have been recently renovated with new locks and reinforced doors. Heavy curtains covered all the windows, creating an air of secrecy that seemed at odds with the rural setting. What do you use that building for? Thompson asked casually, nodding toward the renovated structure. Storage mostly, Patterson replied without hesitation. Tools, equipment, that sort of thing. County Council lets me keep some spare parts here rather than driving back to the depot every time I need something. But as they approached the van, both detectives could see that Patterson's claim about mechanical problems was clearly false. The vehicle showed no signs of recent breakdown. No tools scattered around the engine compartment. No puddles of leaked fluids. No indication that anyone had been attempting repairs. The registration plate matched their records exactly, and the custom roof rack system was identical to the one captured in the enhanced photograph from Dartmoor. Seems to be running fine now, Fielding observed, noting that the engine ticked with the distinctive sounds of recent operation. The hood was still warm to the touch, suggesting the van had been driven within the past few hours. Oh, well, you know how these things are, Patterson said with a nervous laugh. Intermittent problems. Probably just needs a good service. The interior of the van revealed details that sent ice through both detectives' veins. The cargo area had been modified with tie-down points that served no obvious commercial purpose. Dark stains on the metal floor had been partially cleaned but remained visible under careful scrutiny. Most disturbing of all, they found several long blonde hairs caught in the door seal, hairs that matched Claire Davidson's description perfectly. Mr. Patterson, Fielding said carefully, her hand moving instinctively toward her radio. We're going to need you to accompany us to the station for further questioning. The mask finally slipped. Patterson's mild demeanor evaporated like morning mist, replaced by something cold and calculating that transformed his entire appearance. The predator that had been hiding beneath the surface of respectability suddenly stood revealed, and both detectives found themselves face to face with a killer who had claimed at least 7 lives. I don't think so, Patterson said quietly, his voice carrying a menace that made the December air feel even colder. This is my property, and you have no warrant to search it or to compel my cooperation. But Patterson had made a fatal error in judgment. His sudden change in demeanor, combined with the evidence visible in his van, provided more than enough grounds for immediate arrest. Fielding activated her radio while Thompson moved to block Patterson's potential escape routes. Control, this is Delta 7. Fielding spoke into her radio. We need immediate backup at Moorside Farm, Chudley. Suspect in custody, possible location of missing person. Send forensics and a search team. Patterson's eyes darted between the two detectives, clearly calculating his chances of overpowering them before backup arrived. But years of careful planning and methodical killing had not prepared him for the reality of actual confrontation with trained law enforcement officers. The predator who had terrorized helpless victims found himself facing opponents who were armed, trained, and determined to prevent his escape. "Michael George Patterson," Thompson said formally, producing his handcuffs. "You are under arrest on suspicion of kidnapping. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court." The arrest was swift and efficient, but both detectives knew that their real work was just beginning. Somewhere on Patterson's property, Claire Davidson might still be alive, enduring unimaginable tortures while her captor's carefully constructed world collapsed around him. Every second of delay could mean the difference between rescue and becoming another victim in Patterson's growing collection of corpses. The search of Patterson's property began within an hour of his arrest. Detective Inspector Morrison arrived with a full forensics team, search dogs, and enough equipment to conduct the most thorough investigation possible. The converted farmhouse and its outbuildings would be methodically examined, every surface tested for evidence, every hiding place explored. "We're looking for Claire Davidson first and foremost," Morrison briefed the search team. "But this property may contain evidence related to multiple homicides dating back over 2 years. Treat everything as potential evidence, document every detail, and remember that we're not just building a case, we're trying to save a life." The first breakthrough came from the renovated outbuilding that had aroused Thompson's suspicions. Behind the heavy curtains and reinforced doors lay Patterson's private chamber of horrors, a soundproofed room equipped with restraints, torture devices, and photographic equipment that had been used to document his victims' suffering. The walls were covered with hundreds of photographs showing Patterson's previous victims in various stages of torture and degradation. Kate Bushell's terrified face stared out from dozens of images, documenting her final hours in graphic detail that would haunt investigators for years to come. But she was just one face among many in Patterson's sick gallery of human suffering. "Jesus Christ," whispered Detective Constable Richards, one of the first officers to enter the torture chamber. "How long has this been going on?" The photographic evidence suggested that Patterson's killing spree had extended far beyond the cases already connected to him. Images of at least 15 different women covered the walls, representing victims from across the Southwest and possibly beyond. Some faces matched missing persons reports from neighboring counties, while others remained unidentified, women who had disappeared without a trace, whose fates would now finally be revealed. But the most urgent discovery was evidence that Claire Davidson was indeed being held somewhere on the property. Fresh bloodstains on one of the restraint devices, clothing that matched her description, and a handbag containing her identification all confirmed that she had been brought to this hellish location within the past few days. The search expanded to include every building, every storage area, every possible hiding place on Patterson's extensive property. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in to examine areas where bodies might be buried, while cadaver dogs worked methodically through the surrounding fields and woodland. It was Detective Sergeant Williams who made the discovery that would haunt his dreams for decades to come. In a disused well behind the main farmhouse, hidden beneath a wooden cover that appeared to be part of the original construction, they found Claire Davidson. She was alive, but barely. Patterson had lowered her into the well using a rope and pulley system, keeping her suspended just above the water level in a twisted combination of sensory deprivation and psychological torture. She had been there for 4 days, alone in the darkness, wondering if each breath would be her last. The rescue operation required specialist equipment and medical personnel who could treat Claire's injuries while extracting her from the well. Her physical wounds were extensive, evidence of the systematic torture that had become Patterson's signature. But she was conscious and responsive when emergency responders finally brought her to the surface. "He said I was special," Claire whispered to the paramedic who was preparing her for transport to the hospital. "He said I was going to be part of his collection forever. He showed me pictures of the others, told me what he was going to do to me. He said Kate Bushell had been his masterpiece, but I was going to be even better." The full extent of Patterson's crimes became apparent as forensic experts processed the evidence recovered from his property. DNA samples linked him conclusively to all of the murders that had terrorized Devon and Cornwall over the past 2 years. Hair, fiber, and photographic evidence connected him to victims whose deaths had previously been classified as isolated incidents. But perhaps most disturbing was the discovery of Patterson's journals. Detailed written accounts of each attack that revealed the depth of his psychological pathology. He had documented not just the physical aspects of his crimes, but his emotional responses to his victims' suffering. The entries read like the scientific observations of a researcher studying laboratory specimens, completely devoid of human empathy or remorse. Subject exhibited excellent fear responses during initial restraint phase. Read one entry describing Kate Bushell's murder. Vocalizations remained strong throughout first torture session. Consciousness maintained despite significant tissue damage. Photographic documentation successful. Overall satisfaction, 9 out of 10. Future subjects should be held for longer preliminary conditioning period. Dr. Hartley, the criminal psychologist who had profiled Patterson before his identity was known, found the journals both fascinating and horrifying from a clinical perspective. They provided unprecedented insight into the mind of a serial killer during the active phase of his criminal career. These writings confirm that Patterson had completely dehumanized his victims. Dr. Hartley explained to the investigation team. He viewed them as objects existing solely for his gratification. There's no evidence of any internal conflict, no suggestion that he ever experienced doubt or remorse. He had achieved a state of pure predatory instinct, completely divorced from normal human emotion. The interrogation of Patterson himself proved to be an exercise in frustration for investigators. Now that his carefully maintained facade had collapsed, he made no attempt to deny his crimes. But rather than expressing remorse or cooperating with authorities, he seemed to take pride in the scope of his activities. "You have no idea how careful I was," Patterson told Detective Inspector Morrison during one of their interviews. "Years of planning, months of surveillance for each target. I knew their routines, their vulnerabilities, their fears before I ever approached them. They never stood a chance." Patterson's arrogance extended to his descriptions of the murders themselves. He spoke of Kate Bushell's death with the same casual tone someone might use to discuss a successful hobby project, providing details that confirmed investigators' worst fears about her final hours. "Kate was exceptional," Patterson said with something resembling fondness in his voice. "She fought harder than most, lasted longer than I expected. Her terror was particularly pure, untainted by the resignation I sometimes see in older subjects. She died knowing exactly what was happening to her, understanding that she was completely helpless. It was beautiful." The search of Patterson's property ultimately recovered the remains of 12 victims, including several women whose disappearances had never been officially connected to a serial killer. Some bodies had been dismembered and scattered across the extensive acreage, while others had been preserved in chemical solutions that Patterson had learned to prepare during his work with the County Council's Road Maintenance Department. Each discovery added another layer of horror to an already incomprehensible case. Patterson had not been content with simply murdering his victims. He had turned their deaths into an elaborate production, documenting their suffering for his own entertainment and preserving their remains as trophies of his conquest. "We're not just dealing with a serial killer," Morrison observed to her superiors as the investigation expanded. "We're dealing with someone who turned murder into performance art, who approached killing with the methodical dedication of a professional craftsman. The level of organization, the attention to detail, the systematic escalation, all of these point to someone who was completely committed to perfecting his technique." But even as Patterson's reign of terror was finally exposed, investigators knew that justice for his victims would be a long and difficult process. The evidence was overwhelming, but the legal system would require months or years to work through the complexities of prosecuting someone for crimes of such magnitude and brutality. Meanwhile, the communities that had lived in fear for so long struggled to come to terms with the knowledge that their nightmare had ended. Parents who had locked their doors and kept their children close could finally breathe freely again. Young women could walk alone without constantly looking over their shoulders. But for the families of Patterson's victims, The end of his killing spree brought little comfort. Kate Bushel would never come home to her loving parents. The other young women whose lives had been brutally cut short would never fulfill their dreams or experience the joys that should have been their birthright. The monster had finally been unmasked, but the scars he had left on his community would never fully heal. His capture marked the end of one nightmare, but for those who had lost loved ones to his insatiable hunger for human suffering, the pain would continue long after Michael George Patterson had been locked away forever. The courtroom fell silent as Michael George Patterson was led through the oak-paneled doors of Exeter Crown Court on a bitter February morning in 1998. Shackled and flanked by two burly security guards, the man who had terrorized Devon and Cornwall for over 2 years appeared smaller somehow, diminished by the weight of his exposed crimes. The mask of respectability that had allowed him to move undetected through society had been stripped away, revealing the hollow-eyed predator beneath. Judge Sir Reginald Blackwood presided over what would become one of the most notorious criminal trials in British legal history. A veteran of the bench with over 30 years' experience, Sir Reginald had seen the worst of human depravity parade through his courtroom. But nothing in his distinguished career had prepared him for the catalogue of horrors that would unfold over the coming weeks. The defendant stands charged with 14 counts of murder, 3 counts of attempted murder, 7 counts of kidnapping, and numerous additional charges relating to torture and sexual assault. The court clerk announced in a voice that barely concealed his revulsion. How does the defendant plead? Patterson's barrister, QC Marcus Whitfield, a man whose reputation for defending the indefensible had earned him both wealth and infamy, stood to address the court. Even Whitfield, who had successfully defended serial killers and war criminals, seemed uncomfortable representing a client whose crimes defied every boundary of human decency. "My lord, my client pleads not guilty by reason of diminished responsibility to all charges," Whitfield announced, his voice lacking its usual confidence. The defense will argue that Mr. Patterson was suffering from severe psychological disorders that rendered him incapable of understanding the nature and wrongfulness of his actions. The plea drew audible gasps from the packed public gallery, where family members of Patterson's victims sat shoulder to shoulder with journalists from around the world. Kate Bushel's parents, David and Linda, gripped each other's hands with white-knuckled intensity as they prepared to relive their daughter's final moments through the testimony that would follow. Crown Prosecutor Sarah Mitchell QC rose to present the case against Patterson. A formidable advocate known for her meticulous preparation and devastating cross-examinations, Mitchell had volunteered to lead the prosecution team despite knowing that the case would likely define the remainder of her career. "My lord, members of the jury," Mitchell began, her voice carrying the authority of absolute conviction. "Over the next several weeks, you will hear evidence of crimes so heinous, so deliberately cruel, that they challenge our fundamental understanding of human nature." The defendant, Michael George Patterson, embarked upon a campaign of terror that claimed the lives of 14 innocent people and left countless others traumatized beyond measure. Mitchell's opening statement lasted 2 hours, during which she methodically outlined the prosecution's case. She described Patterson's elaborate planning, his systematic selection of victims, his increasingly sophisticated torture techniques, and his complete lack of remorse for the suffering he had inflicted. This was not the work of someone who had lost touch with reality, Mitchell emphasized, her gaze fixed on the jury. Every aspect of Patterson's crimes demonstrates careful calculation, strategic thinking, and conscious decision-making. He knew exactly what he was doing. He understood that it was wrong, and he continued anyway because he derived pleasure from the pain of others. The first witness was Dr. Elizabeth Chun, the forensic pathologist who had examined the remains of Patterson's victims. Her testimony was clinical and precise, but the horror of her findings permeated the courtroom like a toxic fog. She described injuries so severe and systematic that several jurors visibly paled as they struggled to maintain their composure. The pattern of wounds inflicted upon Kate Bushel indicates prolonged torture lasting several hours, Dr. Chun testified, referring to detailed autopsy photographs that were shown only to the jury. The defendant demonstrated extensive anatomical knowledge, targeting nerve clusters and pressure points with surgical precision. Every injury was calculated to maximize pain while maintaining consciousness for as long as possible. Kate's mother, Linda Bushell, collapsed during Dr. Chen's testimony and had to be carried from the courtroom by paramedics. Her anguished cries echoed through the building, a raw expression of grief that reduced hardened court officials to tears. David Bushell remained in his seat, his face carved from stone, determined to hear every word of testimony about his daughter's final hours. Detective Inspector Sarah Morrison followed Dr. Chen to the witness stand, presenting the investigation that had finally brought Patterson to justice. She described the painstaking process of connecting seemingly unrelated crimes, the breakthrough discovery of Patterson's van, and the horror that awaited investigators when they searched his property. In my 23 years with Devon and Cornwall police, I have never encountered a crime scene that compared to Patterson's torture chamber, Morrison testified. The level of organization, the sophisticated equipment, the photographic documentation of his victims' suffering. All of these elements pointed to someone who had turned murder into a methodical process that he refined with each successive victim. The prosecution then called Claire Davidson, the young woman whose rescue had led to Patterson's capture. Her testimony was arguably the most powerful evidence presented during the trial, providing a first-hand account of the monster's methods from someone who had survived his attention. Claire took the witness stand with visible difficulty, her physical scars still healing, her psychological wounds raw and bleeding. She had spent months in therapy preparing for this moment, but nothing could have truly readied her for the experience of confronting her tormentor in open court. He told me I was going to be part of his collection, Claire testified, her voice barely audible despite the court's amplification system. He showed me photographs of his other victims, described what he was going to do to me in detail. He said Kate Bushell had screamed beautifully when he carved his symbols into her skin. He said I was going to scream even better. Patterson watched Claire's testimony with undisguised interest, occasionally taking notes on a legal pad as if he were attending an academic lecture. His complete lack of emotional response to descriptions of his own cruelty demonstrated a level of psychological disconnection that horrified everyone present. The defense strategy became clear when QC Whitfield called his first witness, Dr. Jonathan Pembroke, a forensic psychiatrist who had examined Patterson extensively during his months in custody. Dr. Pembroke presented a diagnosis of severe antisocial personality disorder combined with sadistic sexual pathology, arguing that these conditions rendered Patterson incapable of controlling his actions. The defendant exhibits a complete absence of empathy, remorse, or emotional connection to other human beings, Dr. Pembroke testified. His psychological profile is consistent with someone who views other people as objects rather than individuals with their own rights and feelings. This represents a fundamental dysfunction of the human psyche that renders normal moral reasoning impossible. But the prosecution's rebuttal witness, Dr. Marcus Hartley, systematically dismantled the defense's psychiatric arguments. Using Patterson's own journals and recorded statements, Dr. Hartley demonstrated that the defendant had possessed full awareness of his actions and their consequences. Mental illness does not excuse deliberate cruelty, Dr. Hartley testified firmly. Patterson's crimes required extensive planning, careful execution, and sophisticated problem-solving abilities. Someone who is genuinely disconnected from reality could not have maintained his elaborate deception for years while methodically stalking and murdering victims across multiple counties. The prosecution's case reached its climax when they presented Patterson's personal journals to the jury. The defendant's own words, written in his neat handwriting, provided a window into a mind so thoroughly corrupted that it challenged fundamental assumptions about human nature. Crown Prosecutor Mitchell read selected passages aloud, her voice steady despite the revulsion evident in her expression. Subject Kate B. responded excellently to initial fear conditioning. Vocalizations remained strong throughout extended torture session. Photographic documentation successful. Next subject should be conditioned for longer preliminary period to enhance final session intensity. The courtroom sat in stunned silence as Patterson's clinical descriptions of torture and murder filled the air. These were not the ravings of someone disconnected from reality. They were the careful observations of someone who approached killing with the methodical dedication of a scientist conducting research. Patterson's own testimony proved to be the prosecution's most powerful evidence. Against his barrister's advice, the defendant insisted on taking the witness stand, apparently believing that he could convince the jury of his intellectual superiority. Instead, his testimony revealed the full extent of his narcissistic pathology and complete absence of human empathy. "I provided those women with experiences they never could have imagined," Patterson told the hushed courtroom. "I introduced them to sensations and emotions that most people never encounter. In their final moments, they achieved a level of pure feeling that represents the pinnacle of human experience. I gave them that gift." The defendant's description of torture and murder as a gift to his victims provoked audible gasps from the public gallery. Even his own barrister appeared shocked by the callousness of Patterson's testimony, recognizing that his client had effectively convicted himself through his own words. Crown Prosecutor Mitchell's cross-examination of Patterson was devastating in its precision. She systematically dismantled every aspect of his defense, using his own statements to demonstrate his clear understanding of right and wrong and his conscious choice to inflict suffering on innocent people. "You planned each attack for months, didn't you, Mr. Patterson?" Mitchell pressed. "I was thorough in my preparation, yes. You selected victims who were young, vulnerable, and alone. I chose subjects who would provide optimal responses to my techniques. You understood that what you were doing was causing them terrible pain? Pain was the desired outcome, yes. Without pain, there would be no point to the exercise. And you understood that torture and murder are illegal under British law?" Patterson paused before answering, finally recognizing the trap that Mitchell had constructed around him. "Legal considerations were not relevant to my research," he said finally. "So you knew your actions were illegal, but you chose to commit them anyway because you enjoyed inflicting suffering on helpless women?" "I pursued my interests despite legal constraints, yes." Mitchell allowed the silence to stretch for several seconds, ensuring that Patterson's admission of deliberate criminal intent was clearly understood by every person in the courtroom. She had accomplished what many observers had thought impossible. She had gotten a narcissistic sociopath to confess his guilt in his own words. The closing arguments lasted 2 days, with both prosecution and defense presenting their final interpretations of the evidence. QC Whitfield made a valiant attempt to salvage his client's case, arguing that Patterson's psychological disorders rendered him more deserving of treatment than punishment. "My client is undoubtedly ill," Whitfield told the jury. "His actions are inexcusable, but they spring from mental defects that make him as much a victim as those he harmed. Justice would be better served by ensuring he receives the treatment he needs rather than simply locking him away." But Crown Prosecutor Mitchell's closing argument was a masterpiece of legal advocacy that left no doubt about Patterson's guilt and the appropriate response to his crimes. She spoke for 3 hours, systematically reviewing every piece of evidence while painting a picture of deliberate evil that demanded the harshest possible punishment. "Michael George Patterson is not mentally ill," Mitchell concluded. "He is simply evil. He made conscious choices to inflict unimaginable suffering on innocent people because doing so gave him pleasure. He planned his crimes carefully, executed them methodically, and felt no remorse for the devastation he caused. Such deliberate cruelty cannot be excused by claims of mental illness or diminished responsibility." The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning with their verdict. As the foreman stood to announce their decision, the courtroom fell completely silent except for the sound of Kate Bushell's father weeping softly in the front row. "On the charge of murder in the first degree concerning Kate Bushell, we find the defendant guilty. On the charge of murder in the first degree concerning Sarah Morrison, we find the defendant guilty. On the charge of murder in the first degree concerning Jennifer Walsh, we find the defendant guilty." The litany continued for 20 minutes as the jury pronounced Patterson guilty on every single charge. 14 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted murder, 7 counts of kidnapping, and dozens of additional charges related to torture, sexual assault, and the desecration of corpses. Judge Sir Reginald Blackwood sentenced Patterson to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole, describing his crimes as among the most depraved acts of cruelty ever committed on British soil. The judge's sentencing speech lasted an hour, during which he systematically addressed each victim by name, ensuring that their memory would not be overshadowed by their killer's notoriety. Kate Bushell was 14 years old when you murdered her, Sir Reginald said, addressing Patterson directly. She was a bright, loving child whose life was full of promise and potential. You extinguished that light for your own twisted gratification, and in doing so, you forfeited any claim to mercy or redemption. Patterson was immediately transferred to Belmarsh Prison, a maximum security facility where he would spend the remainder of his natural life in solitary confinement. His cell was a concrete box measuring 6 feet by 8 feet, equipped with only the most basic amenities necessary for survival. He would never again experience the freedom to hunt, to stalk, to inflict suffering on the innocent. But even behind bars, Patterson continued to generate fear and revulsion. Prison officials discovered that he was using his limited correspondence privileges to send detailed letters describing his crimes to the families of his victims. These communications were so graphic and deliberately cruel that new legislation was passed restricting serial killers' ability to contact victims' relatives. The investigation into Patterson's crimes continued for years after his conviction, as authorities worked to identify all of his victims and provide closure to families who had lost loved ones to his brutality. The final count revealed that he had murdered at least 18 people, attempted to kill 5 others, and traumatized dozens more through attacks that fell short of murder only because he was interrupted or his victims managed to escape. Dr. Marcus Hartley published a comprehensive study of Patterson's psychology that became required reading in criminal justice programs around the world. His analysis revealed that Patterson represented a rare category of serial killer, someone who had achieved complete psychological disconnection from human empathy while retaining full intellectual awareness of his actions. Patterson demonstrates what happens when certain psychological development processes go catastrophically wrong, Dr. Hartley wrote. He possessed all of the cognitive abilities of a normal human being, but none of the emotional connections that make us recognize other people as fellow beings deserving of compassion and respect. In essence, he had become a predator wearing human form. The communities that had lived in fear during Patterson's reign of terror slowly began to heal, though the scars would never completely disappear. Memorial services were held for each of his victims, and a special garden was planted in Exeter to honor their memory. Kate Bushell's parents established a foundation dedicated to supporting families of murder victims, ensuring that their daughter's death would contribute to something positive in the world. Claire Davidson, the young woman whose rescue had led to Patterson's capture, struggled with survivor's guilt for years after the trial. She underwent extensive therapy and eventually became an advocate for victims' rights, speaking at conferences around the country about her experiences and the importance of supporting those who had survived similar ordeals. "I lived because other people were brave enough to risk their lives to save me," Claire said during one of her speeches. Kate Bushell and the other victims didn't get that chance. "The least I can do is honor their memory by trying to prevent other families from experiencing the same loss." Michael George Patterson died in prison in 2019, 21 years after his conviction. He was found dead in his cell, apparently from natural causes, though some prison officials suspected suicide. His death was noted briefly in local newspapers, but few people mourned his passing. Even in death, he remained what he had been in life, a cautionary tale about the depths of evil that can lurk within the human heart. The case files from Patterson's crimes remain sealed in the archives of Devon and Cornwall police. Too disturbing for public access, but preserved as evidence of what can happen when society fails to recognize and stop a predator before his violence escalates. Occasionally, researchers studying serial killer behavior are granted limited access to these materials, but even seasoned professionals often find them too disturbing to review in their entirety. Kate Bushell would have been 41 years old in 2024. She might have married, had children, built a career, and contributed to her community in ways that we can only imagine. Instead, her life ended at 14, cut short by a monster who saw her not as a human being, but as an object to be used for his twisted pleasure. But Kate's memory lives on, not just in the hearts of those who loved her, but in the lessons learned from her death. Her murder exposed the existence of a serial killer who might have continued his reign of terror indefinitely if not for the investigation sparked by her case. In that sense, Kate became the key that finally locked away one of Britain's most dangerous predators. The nightmare that began in the moorlands of Devon on a cold November night in 1997 had finally ended. Justice had been served, though it came at a terrible cost paid in innocent blood. The monster who had stalked the countryside like a creature from humanity's darkest nightmares was gone, locked away where he could never again inflict suffering on the innocent. But the scars remained, etched forever in the hearts of those who had lost loved ones to his insatiable hunger for human pain. Kate Bushell's story serves as a reminder that evil exists in the world, that monsters sometimes wear human faces, and that the price of safety is eternal vigilance against those who would prey upon the innocent. The shadow that fell across Exeter in 1997 had finally lifted, but its memory would endure as long as people remembered the bright young girl whose death helped bring a killer to justice. Kate's legacy was written not just in the tragedy of her murder, but in the courage of those who refused to let her death be meaningless, who fought to ensure that her killer would never claim another victim. In the end, love proved stronger than hate, justice more enduring than cruelty, and the memory of innocence more powerful than the darkness that had tried to consume it. Kate Bushell was gone, but she was not forgotten, and in that remembrance lay the seeds of hope that such evil would never again go unrecognized or unpunished. The Exeter nightmare was over. The monster was dead, but the victims would be remembered forever. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, be sure to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery, and we appreciate you taking the time to be a part of this. And we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe and stay curious.